Welcome, bienvenidos a esta conferencia de Inteligencia Artificial en los Parlamentos, dando forma al futuro del Poder Legislativo. Un evento organizado por la Cámara de Diputadas y Diputados de Chile en colaboración con Bússola Tech. Estamos siendo transmitidos vía streaming por la plataforma de YouTube con traducción simultánea y también estamos siendo grabados por el canal de la Cámara de Diputados y Diputados de Chile, CDTV. Toda la información de esta conferencia usted la podrá encontrar en www.cámara.cl. Queremos que este simposio, que es revolucionario y que se lleva a efecto en la sede del Poder Legislativo de Chile y que tiene a todos ustedes, líderes parlamentarios y expertos en tecnología, como protagonistas, sea una experiencia realmente única en la exploración de cómo la inteligencia artificial puede transformar el poder legislativo y dar forma al futuro de los parlamentos. Serán 3 días donde se sumergirán en las posibles aplicaciones, desafíos y oportunidades que nos ofrece la inteligencia artificial para mejorar la eficacia y la transparencia de las instituciones parlamentarias. Aprovechar estas tecnologías hace que los parlamentos mejoren su capacidad de servir y representar a los ciudadanos de manera más efectiva, fortaleciendo así la democracia en su conjunto. Y para iniciar esta jornada y dar la bienvenida oficial de esta conferencia, dejo con ustedes a la presidenta de la Cámara de Diputados y Diputadas de Chile, Carol Cariola Oliva.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todas y todos. Quisiera partir por saludar a quienes nos acompañan, a todas y todos los presentes, especialmente a nuestro secretario general, Miguel Landeros Perqui, quien además ha sido el promotor y gestor de este encuentro muy importante para nosotros y nosotras. También a Luis Quimaid, representante de Bússola, Anabela Sabaño, representante del Parlamento, a José Pedro Montero de la Asociación de Secretarios Generales de Parlamentos, a Moisés Benamor de la Organización de Estados Americanos y por supuesto a todos los presentes, a todas quienes van a ser parte de esta conversación, de este diálogo que para nosotros es del más alto nivel y que sin lugar a duda nos gusta y nos parece muy importante que estén aquí presentes. Estimadas expositores, expositoras, invitados e invitadas, a nuestro primer encuentro de inteligencia artificial aplicada a las tareas de los congresos y también de los parlamentos del mundo. Es un honor en mi calidad de presidenta de la Cámara de Diputadas y Diputados de Chile darles la bienvenida a esta nueva aventura que en esta casa inicia hacia un horizonte que no está explorado y que conlleva tantos desafíos y oportunidades para nosotros y nosotras. Tengo la certeza de que la inteligencia artificial tiene un potencial transformador sin precedentes para los parlamentos y los congresos de nuestros países, ofreciendo oportunidades para mejorar la eficiencia, la transparencia y la toma de decisiones en distintos ámbitos, pero particularmente uno de los que más nos importa, que es el ámbito político y la solución. Gracias a su capacidad para analizar grandes volúmenes de datos de manera rápida y precisa, la inteligencia artificial va a ayudar, sin lugar a dudas, a los legisladores y legisladores a identificar tendencias,
to identify trends, predict results, and learn and help to analyze different things related to the public policies. It's going to help us to take good decisions
Además,
with
la
good
automatización de tareas
data.
rutinarias mediante este tipo
Also
de
is going to
tecnología
help us to
puede complementar la
daily
labor de quienes
routines, to
trabajamos en el
administrative
Congreso
legislature.
Nacional
It's
para
going
que
to help us
podamos
to the
enfocar
National
nuestros
Congress to
esfuerzos
focus
también
our
en cuestiones más
efforts in
complejas y
things that are more
estratégicas para la
complex
tarea
and
que
strategic for the job that we have been chosen. Also, these tools are going to be able to help us to analyze past policies and identify things that we can improve and to optimize the resources that we have that are never enough for all the needs that we have. Also, we think that it's going to help us to be more efficient in the government management and to have a better response to the general needs. The use of the artificial intelligence also provide us with different challenges in terms of privacy and ethics that we cannot leave behind when we're going to use it. It's important to establish transparent ways of measure it, to be responsible, and in a way that benefits the society as a whole. Also needs to be able to help us with equality and equity. It's going to help us to avoid biases. This chamber, from a proposal from the General Secretary and with the support of our Commission of Science and Technology a year and a half ago, presented a proposal related to this in terms of management and control that are related to our institution. That plan that was approved by different entities, it's what we call Caminar. That means the Chamber of Deputies for Artificial Intelligence. The first thing was related to the automatic transcription of the process of creating a new constitution that we have. This job was the result of previous attempts related to it that were used for the debate in the chamber, inside and out. We are using it for transcribe the different debates that are being related and performed during the chambers, that are going to be very soon implemented in other events. From that, we started adding new parts to the Caminar project. Today, as the president of the chamber, I'm going to continue with this very important job. There are different parts, and now we are in the final steps, and we hope that by the end of next year it's going to be completely operational after all the approvals related to the regulations, because it's very important for us to have it in a framework related to ethics and privacy. In terms of the lawmaking, following different suggestions from international organizations, we have been talking about how to regulate the artificial intelligence here in Chile, and there are different ideas and plans about it. We hope that at the end of this year, most of them ended up becoming a law. We've been working towards in the protection of individual data for using this type of technology. Our National Congress is going to have very soon a new law related to the privacy data related to the parameters that the European Union has proposed. This is very successful for us. As a summary, I can say that the artificial intelligence can change the decisions that we are taking in the governments, in the parliaments, that are helping us to develop a better future. They can help us to be more transparent, to improve our processes. But it's very important to take privacy and ethics into consideration. This is not going to replace the human and the value of the humans. We are meaningful, and we still need to keep doing our job. Today, we think that there are new ways of using the artificial intelligence in different spheres. It's a new challenge that we can keep using. The future of the politics related to AI is very exciting, has some risk, of course, but I know that we will be able to have them and keep them with responsibility. So I'm very thankful of this kind of events that is going to help us to collect different experiences and help us to improve this new tool that is going to help us to see the world in a different way. So thank you very much for being here today, to everyone. Thank you for your support, for your opinions, the visions of your congresses, and your expertise. Everything that is going to be the result of today is going to provide us a big value to us. We're going to keep it with us. It's going to be a great help to us in this challenge. We are here, everyone that works in the National Congress. Thank you very much to the National Library that help us and provide this space that is a common space that we have with the Senate. And we hope that this is a great event. Welcome once again to the Chamber of Deputies, to our Congress of Chile. You are very important today for this very important project that is going to help us with the future of our country and for your country too. Thank you very much and welcome once again.
As the President said, this is going to be a big challenge in order to work with artificial intelligence in the Parliament. Thank you very much, Deputy Carol Cariola. One of the promoters of these conferences that has helped us work with this challenge has stated that the main objective of this meeting is to generate a dialogue in order to work together, where AI is going to be an ally of optimization of the citizens' representation and also of the parliamentarian work. Now I leave the floor to the Secretary General of the Chamber, Mr. Miguel Landeros Perkich. Good morning, everyone. I am going to be more brief with my presentation since the president of our chamber takes a lot of the work now. I normally work with her at the chamber, and when she gives good speeches, it's always important to choose the next speaker to add to that first speech. First, I would like to thank Luis, who has been working with us for a long time. Synergies occur when in the world you find people that think alike, where they have a common objective and they have the resources in order to follow up on them. And why are we doing this? Because this is very similar to a soccer field. You have people that know a lot, people that know less, and you have the big powers. Even as in soccer, you have something that is not the property of someone in a specific. It's a common ground for everyone. Our main objective is not to compare ourselves with those that have more resources. We want to create a pathway to our colleagues in Latin America. We want to convince them that this is a good system that can be used in order to improve what we normally do every day, in order to have our citizens who have a lot of elements that are lacking, in order to have access to information, to make a transparent work, and hopefully in the future to maintain, based on our public policies, access to database, to have access to better health, to better education, better pensions, and better quality of life. Someone might think that my words are more optimistical, but I think that's the pathway, because I say this because every day I play on this. I'm a lawyer. I play with the apps that my friends engineers that are engineers send to me every day. We have a mixture that is in a virtuous cycle. Since I'm an attorney, I have friends that work in IT, in engineering, and we are a big group. There's a third element that I would like to highlight. That is why we have the presence of the President and also the Vice President, is that this chamber will have a very important participation of the Science and Technology Commission, that nowadays is going to have the spirit of promoting these type of initiatives in order to understand them. And in Parliament, of course, you work in parliaments, you may know that we are conservative, we are it's very difficult to make changes, but I'm going to tell you an anecdote that I have a friend who is a retiree of the Chamber of Commons in England. He told me, why don't you do everything electronically? Well, for the past 500 years, we have done voting in the carousel. Don't ask me to change. So whenever you have an old parliament, it's difficult to change. This is a very old parliament since 1811, but it has the virtue of understanding change, of changing. And one of the fun thing is that here our Politicians are young, they are very prepared, and they understand that there's a challenge to approach. We hope that you enjoyed Chile. Tomorrow I'm going to give a more boring presentation. I'm going to let you know what we're doing here. And the Vice President told me that bishops, people from the clergy, have an expression. The first minutes you hear with the heart, and the next few minutes you only hear the chairs moving around. That's all. Thank you very much.
Synergy, that's the word that you were using, and that is what we're going to be working today. So the modernization and changing of the parliaments are related to the adoption of new technologies and new practices that are innovative, that are going to help to improve the transparency and efficiency. The experience of this area has our new collaborator, Busola Tech. So on his behalf, we're going to have here his director, Luis Kimait.
Sorry, I am not very fluent with speaking Portuguese, but I'm going to give my initial discourse. I'm going to read it in Spanish. Dear President, Deputy Carolina Oliva, Mr. Miguel Landeros Perich, dear deputies of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile, dear delegates, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a great honor and enthusiasm that we start this international this artificial intelligence meeting. It's important to have the participants of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile together with Bussola Tech, the organization I represent. It is a very significant movement where we move forward with the use of artificial intelligence. We are gathered together with the buildings of Valparaíso in order to foster the support that AI can provide to us. In the next 3 days, we are going to collaborate and go in depth with how we can work with interparliamentary organizations and the academia with the different applications of AI that go from the legislative work, administrative work, and as well as access of information and participation of citizens. That is to say, the potential of AI for transformation will be applied to our legislative entities. Bussola Tech is an entity that works with parliamentary diplomacy, cooperation, supporting and providing technology, fostering the collaboration among peers and exchange of knowledge with different parliaments and professionals. Our mission is to guarantee that the legislature and the binational work can be done not only to improve operational efficiency, but also to foster the democratic principles that support our institutions. The print work and internet have revolutionized access to information together with their interaction with them. The AI, in its current democratization support, and Bussola is nowadays a major aspect to deal with in the public sector. AI needs to be understood in depth in order to understand the different principles of governance and democracy. The implementation of AI in the Parliament provides unique challenges, provides unique opportunities, but also challenges. We need to guarantee that AI, besides from automating our daily tasks and analyzing complex data, will also provide support with the legislative work. I mentioned Dr. Marcel from the Senate of Brazil, who fosters the promotion of public work. Dear guests, it is important to work with responsibility, ensuring the AI has to be used as a tool to improve and empower human interaction, but not to substitute it. AI has the potential of significantly changing the parliamentary work. AI technologies can improve the operational tasks of Parliament, providing data analysis for complex work and providing support when dealing with legislation. Of course, this transition is not just to change the tools in order to improve efficiency. We need to understand the depth of Parliament and also understand the principles of governance in order to implement artificial intelligence in parliaments, and for that we need to understand the capacity and limitations of technology. AI in its various forms, algorithms and automatic learning together with LLMs provides a potential in order to improve or routinely work providing data analysis, and it can also improve the work of legislation. Notwithstanding, its efficacy depends on the type of data provided and its programming in order to provide support to the parliamentary agenda. The work and support is important to the way we work with different technologies. We need to have feedback systems, and for that they are essential in order to maintain relevant AI work aligned with ethical standards and parliamentary needs. It is also important to understand how AI can change and influence parliamentary work. We need to have advanced knowledge on how the legislative work occurs, allowing us to constitute and how we can work in this institution. That's why I thank Mr. Landeros for his dedication in this field. That is why Bussolatech promotes different meetings with Secretary Generals and clerks of the Parliament in order to understand their concerns, their objectives, and how AI can support their operations. These are fundamental in order to discuss AI efficiently in order to provide the proper contributions. It is fundamental for parliaments to have a role of leadership on how they use AI, considering that this technology is every day present in our tools, in what we use every day, or emails, WhatsApp, different daily use apps. We need to prepare ourselves and actively promote how AI impacts parliamentary decisions directly and indirectly. On behalf of Bussolatech, I thank the Chamber of Deputies of Chile and their President and their Secretary General, and also thank all the deputies of this great legislative house, which is an inspiration in order with their project Caminar. I also thank all the colleagues that have helped us with this change and have accepted the invitation to participate in this meeting. I wish for all of us to have a prosperous debate so that we can all mold together the future of the legislative power, ensuring we have the transformative power of AI to modernize our parliaments. Thank you very much.
Luis, please stay closer. Luis, I'm going to ask you, together with Mr. Landeros and Mr. Cariola, please be here on this part of the floor because we're going to take an official picture. We're going to have to say goodbye to the President of the Chamber of Deputies because today is a regular session day. So today she's going to be in charge of directing the room. So we really appreciate that she was here today. Thank you very much for being here and give us the initial remark words in this event. As Luis Quimayo was saying, yesterday, bússola means means compass, and we hope that this compass will guide us through this whole conference. So now we're going to present to the President of Parlamentos, the specialist of programs of development, Mrs. Anabela Sabaño. Good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you to the authorities of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile and to different colleagues from Busola Tech for this event. Thank you also for Mrs. Cariola, the President of the Chamber of the Deputies of Chile, Mr. Miguel Landeros, and Mr. Luis Quimat. And also want to recognize José Pedro Montero, the Association of Secretaries General of Parliaments, and my colleague Moisés Benamor from the Organization of American States. Dear colleagues, humankind is walking quickly in an era of different changes. This road is uncertain, but it's exciting. There are different opportunities in order to redefine democracy and its institutions. In this scenario, artificial intelligence, for its capacity to process big amount of data, recognize trends, generate ideas, provide us a huge scope to improve the parliament work, to make it more efficient, more open, more inclusive, and more transparent. Let's think about how tools that are based on artificial intelligence to improve to possible laws, to identify trends in different conflicts with current laws, to process the big volume of data, and to present to the Parliament's new elements, facilitating the new discussions with more information. Or let's consider the opportunities to improve the participation of different debates. Different models can provide to the citizens information in real time about things related to the Parliament, to solve questions, and to help to understand laws in a better way and in a different way. As we are going to see during the different sessions today, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are different implications in the work that the legislation are doing. There are risks that can be included in the different topics related to artificial intelligence that need to be related to human rights, justice, democracy, transparency, and equality. Under this scope of different possibilities, a group of parliament deputies that are working on these topics create a digital area. This space that is a constant work put together different groups of parliaments for creating governance methods that can recognize our needs, context, and the cultural diversity and linguistic diversity that we have in the Americas. With different actors, this offers a space for continued education and exchange of knowledge in an open space to talk about the revolution of the artificial intelligence, also based in evidence that take into consideration the risk and the opportunities. On this point, I want to encourage the importance of recognize and mitigate the biases of and stereotypes of gender, sex, social class, language in the development of these models, in order to avoid the inequalities that are already existing. This is one of the main focus that we have, and that's why its members of this group of parliament are always thinking about what is going to happen next. Because of the technologies that are being advancing, we need to protect the human rights and promote the social cohesiveness. Kenneth Pugh, I'm going to say say hi to him because right now he's helping us with his inspiration and different ideas. Today also it's important to recognize different colleagues that have been working in this kind of rights. I want to finish these words talking again about the importance of including in the governance of artificial intelligence the importance of the global south. We have a network of different parliaments that work in this open parliament that are currently working on this topic. Parlamerica, with all these networks, we are working with the Inter-American system. We want to talk about our commitment to keep working all together in this topic. There's also an important opportunity to improve our democracies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Director of Parlamerica, Anabela Sabaño. A lot of people have asked about the Wi-Fi. So this is a housekeeping reminder. Here's a small card, and in the second line, there is the Wi-Fi of this room. Tomorrow you're going to use the one that is above that information, but today that's the Wi-Fi for today's room. Also, who wants to welcome you is a person that is very interested in these kind of topics related to technologies and information. Is the Vice President of the Association of Secretaries General of Parliament from Uruguay, Mr. José Pedro Montero.
Well, good morning, everyone. When you travel to Chile, you feel like you're at home. We have had the experience of being here with lots of friends, and Miguel, I've known him from a long time. I don't want to specify the amount of years, but I'm very glad of being here and discussing in this seminar the experience of artificial intelligence. I have to recognize that for me this goes above my knowledge. It's like basic Chinese. It's very difficult for me to understand it, but all parliaments have their technicians that translate this for us and help us. I am not going to speak about the Uruguayan parliament. I'm going to give you about the different overview of what we are working in regards to AI. We are not ignorant in this matter. This is something that is occurring worldwide, so we want to give you our overview. In the terms of the protocol, I would have enjoyed thanking the President of the Chamber of Deputies about this seminar, and also my colleague and friend Miguel Landeros, who has allowed us to be at his home and being here in this seminar, and also Luis. I haven't known him for a long time, but I am growing as a friend with him. And Nahif El Karif, who is the president of Secretaries of Morocco. I contacted him yesterday, and he gave us a great sent his regards, and he was very happy of hearing about the conclusions of this meeting because it was going to be very helpful. As many of you know, the Association of Secretary Generals of Parliament was created in Oslo in 1939. At that moment, it was constituted as a consultative entity of the parliamentary organization that existed from the past century, since the 19th century, and also to improve the personal contact of members that were Secretary Generals worldwide, whether they were members of the Union or not. At that moment, we did not make a recognition. If they were a country, they could be a member, but we treat there was a designation if they were members or not, but we treated them all the same. We want to exchange the way different parliaments work, providing improvements on how we can work with different methods in these parliaments. This association helps us to provide interparliamentary work whenever it's required by this association. The association has understood that digital transformation is how you use different tools and different digital technologies, and you use them in the culture of Parliament and the daily work of Parliament. It's a broader approach to working with parliaments, making them more efficient and more and more transparent. It is important to have Secretary Generals to promote change and cultural and digital culture in the Parliament, and also consolidating the transformation caused by COVID-19, and to move forward with new work methods that come from an innovative work which is safe and secure. For parliaments, digital transformation is both an opportunity and a need. Why is it a need? Because since the world is changing, parliaments need to continue evolving as they have always done. So, being kept in the margin while society changes, it's not an option. Why is it an opportunity? Because digital transformation helps parliaments to become more efficient and being more transparent when dealing with citizens. Digital transformation is at the same time strategic and operational. At an strategic level, parliaments need to decide how digital transformation will help them become what they want to represent. And at an operational level, they need to designate resources and establish priorities, planning and monitoring projects, supervising the progress and making adjustments when required. Digital transformation describes an innovation voyage where you innovate and you make decisions. Each parliament is different. They advance at their own pace and they get the furthest that they can and that they are capable of. The way we use digital tools to improve our legislative work desired by the citizens, but while at the same time we approach the different questions that appear with the development of artificial intelligence, is a challenge for all our parliaments. However, we need to have a coordinated strategy when making technological development in Parliament. Legislative officers may not have the proper tools on how to move forward. For example, myself. That is why the Association of Secretary Generals of Parliaments, together with the Organization of American States, want to advance using tools provided to members of the parliaments as well as other administrators of parliaments, without spoiling what is going to happen in the future with the presentations of Miguel and Miguel Rojas, which was part of what the president of the chamber said with the program Caminar. We had the opportunity of hearing about this in April of this year in the meeting we had in Geneva. We were all very impressed on how this project that is currently being organized in Chile, that is being worked in the Chamber of Deputies Chile, can help many other parliaments in the into the digital transformation and access to information and the transparency in parliaments. Being honest, I was very surprised with other colleagues. I had other friends with members of the Secretary of Senate and the Chamber, we were delighted. We hope that all the members of Parliament that are here can access this in the future when it's ready, and hopefully it can become a tool that can help us with transparency and parliamentary work. Miguel will give the proper course when we invite him to the association. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, José Pedro Montero. And the General Secretary of the Chamber needs to leave now in order to lead the session that they have now, but later during the day he's going to be back. Since from the oldest of the Congress, and that is based on development and human rights, also wants to say welcome to the person in charge of the Organization of American States, Moisés Benamor.
Thank you very much. The Association of, the American States Organization is the oldest organism, but I wasn't part of the initial organizations, of course. I'm not that old. I want to start also starting with an anecdote that has a relationship that is related to this meeting. In November, we had a meeting in Zaragoza, Spain, where we had the participation of 90 people. From those 90 people, at the beginning of an event similar to this one, they were asked if they were willing to give an opportunity to artificial intelligence. At that moment, 78% of them said no, for different reasons. Not because they were afraid, maybe they didn't know much about it, maybe because they were AI was going to take over the work that belongs to humans. But after meetings, only those 22% that said that yes, they would allow AI, after a debate, this amount increased to 30%. After debate, after dialogue, humans can change their mind. That is why I am sure that many of us that are here that are convinced that AI exists, maybe we are going to finish these 3 days with more conviction and more knowledge, getting closer to what is the challenge of artificial intelligence. In this sense, I think that besides from moving forward to what is going to be dealt in depth by experts, by those who know about this subject, I think that now it's the moment to make a reflection and ponder, and also thank the presidency of the Chamber of Deputies and our friend and colleague and ally and an accomplice in many in many shenanigans that we have done, Luis from Bússola Tech, also Miguel Landeros and Luis Rojas. I am sure that besides from all the knowledge that we're going to exchange, we're going to share, the conclusions that we need to approach are directed in 2 dimensions. One of those is the importance of knowledge. I think that the only way on how our parliaments can really grow in becoming more modern, in innovating and being different, is by teaching more, providing more training, not just at a parliamentary level, but also to work with the clerks and different officers that have the responsibility of leading the organization for legislature in the different areas that are part of parliament. That is to say, one of the points that I would like to tackle and emphasize in this meeting is how we are going to innovate. How are we going to think differently when improving skills and adding more capacities, not just for our politicians that have to deal with the normative work, but also to work with the organization, how they can create new capacities and how there's no need to have an improvement to change, and how we can think differently. And on the other side, I think that there can't be no progress, no modernization without investment. And for investment, budget is key in order to uh, accomplish any objective. At home, when we want to change something, if for example we want to renovate our kitchen or modify our home, we need to have a budget. And for that, we just need it to be limited to the objects we need to buy. We need to also include elements for contingency. How can we implement those changes? And for that, it is a responsibility for us as parliaments to understand that innovation requires resources, and those resources need to be implemented in the short, middle, and long term. That's another objective that I would like to add in the discussions that we're going to have today, have to do with how we invest in resources, in economical resources, in time, and also how to invest in human resources. Having said this, we believe that it is key to think that artificial intelligence is something that arrived here to stay, like all of those other digital transformation. This is something that is not recent. It arrived 30, 40 years ago. Um, it's something that existed already, but now it's changing our daily work. We are now capable of obtaining data in a matter of seconds, and that data needs to be processed, needs to be useful, needs to be guaranteed that is ethically and that is ethical and has integrity, and use it in our parliamentary work. Having said this, we believe that in the American States Organization, we the organization of this event has said that the pillars are for democracy, human rights, and development and transparency. AI has to deal with these pillars as well as parliaments, because if the Organization of American States is an organization recognized as an entity used by the executive power, it has also been part of those entities to approve judicial proposals in order to guarantee and support these four pillars. That is to say, parliaments have and must use this artificial intelligence to work with this data and translate them in better public policies. That is why in the 21st century democracy, we don't just work with democracy at a stagnant level. We need to work at the different levels. The executive power must not just guarantee these four pillars on its own. They need to do it together with the private sector. They need to do it together with the civil sector, the academia, as well as making a collaborative dialogue with all the different entities that are part of the state. For the Organization of American States, the plurality of public projects of census is a value itself, because it requires consensus, it requires acknowledgement. For that, we need to be afraid of being confronted, of being adverse when dealing with different projects of public policies. What we need is to create consensus and a legislature at a state level. We need to have, as I said before, the role of the private sector, the public, the civil society, and they need to be permanent in order to create this consensus. In regards to some of the considerations that I said in regards to artificial intelligence in a broad overview, I think that what is more valuable than this is opening remarks are going to be the closing remarks. When we have all the conclusions and everything that has been discussed with very concrete experiences, not just from our continent, but from others, with recommendations and the proper recommendations that are going to be received. There are 4 of them. AI can provide argumentative support when we deal with bills based on data, not objective judgments. By making it technically, making a technical discussion with a more scientific approach and an ethical support. AI can also provide a contribution to daily work of the legislature. For that, that's necessary and mandatory for us to work, because it allows us to spread if there are technical regulations adjusted to the scientific approach, as well as the integration of AI in the work of parliamentary technicians can use the different measures applied to different elements. For example, health can promote more efficient parliamentary work with more efficacy. And finally, the use of AI in legislative work helps us to understand the technical legal problems when understanding issues with legalisms and judicial formalities. That is to say, there's a lot of things to do from the human perspective. Rather than being afraid, we need to change that fear into an opportunity. Changing artificial intelligence, which is currently being used at the Chamber of Deputies, for example, through the use of its program Caminar, as well as many initiatives, as said, Bússola Tech, and the OAS. We have had different meetings with the Office of Clerks of the Chamber of the Legislature in the United States on how they are using AI in their processes for the legislature. All of this, that is what is required, what exists, requires commitment, the will to work, and, as I said before, not to be afraid to changes. Maybe I am going to finish this with some of the words that are come from a colleague that we're working with a lot, who is the founder of the Research Institute of AI in Spain, who said, "I am more concerned about human stupidity than AI. I think that it's better to work better understanding AI as a tool to help us without being fearful that it's going to replace us." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moises Benamor, who is the person in charge of the head of the department that is going to help us today from the Organization of American States. We are going to request that the people that are going to be in the next panel, please come forward. I'm going to call Luis Quimaid, Ato Sachs, Natalie Foster, Eric Aedo, Jonathan Rackert, and Paloma Rios. Please, if you can get closer. In the meantime, I'm going to let you know that it's going to be a debate where it's going to be a very interesting topic. And 5 minutes before finishing the debate, the moderator is going to give a couple of minutes so each of the speakers can have final remarks. Thank you very much. They are already seated. So once again, I'm going to let you know that we are being streaming right now via YouTube, and you also can see us in www.camara.cl. There you can see all the information related to this seminar, and we're streaming on right now on the channel of the Deputies Chamber. So today in this conference, we are going to start with a panel discussion about the possibilities of AI in parliamentary services, and the moderator is going to be Mr. Luis Kimaiji, and right today is going to be Ato Sachs from the Parliament of Estonia, Natalie Foster from the House of Commons of Canada, Eric Aedo, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile, Jonathan Rackert from NovaWorks Australia, and Paloma Rios from Microsoft.
Questions, so please send and I will answer as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ato, for your introduction. I'd like to invite Congressman Eric Aedo, the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, to introduce yourself, sir, please.
Thank you very much, Luis. I present myself. My name is Eric Aedo Geldres. I'm a deputy of the region of Biobío. It's to the south of the metropolitan region, about 500 kilometers, next to Concepción, who is, I mean, Concepción is the second largest city after Santiago. I'm the vice president of the Chamber of Deputies, and besides from leading the team, I am in charge of keeping harmony in a large chamber. Currently in the chamber there are 22 parties, and as well as independent deputies. It's more arduous work than AI. It requires a lot of more energy, but I would like to say that my territory, the territory that I represent, is currently experiencing flooding. If you're here tomorrow, Thursday, you're going to experience some of that rain that is here in the country.
Thank you for your introduction. I'd like now to invite Jonathan from NovaWorks in Australia to introduce herself in 1 minute. Jonathan, would you like to introduce yourself to colleagues?
Hi everyone, welcome. My name is Jonathan from NovaWorks in Australia. It was a long flight yesterday, but it was worthwhile here. It's the first time in South America and really happy to be here. So yeah, my name's Jonathan. I'm a CEO of NovaWorks in Australia. We specialise in parliamentary process and the technology side of it as well. So it's really about the implementation of strategy. The adoption of artificial intelligence is obviously a very hot topic at the moment. So we really help around the strategy, the tooling, and the implementation side of things. So.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and thank you for flying all the way from Australia to participate in our discussions here. I'd like to invite Natalie Foster, the clerk assistant from the House of Commons, to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation, to the Secretary General, to our partners, to Busoletech for hosting this, for allowing for these exchanges. I think there's a great richness in being able to meet in person and to discuss and to exchange, so I think it's a great opportunity. And I was very pleased coming all the way from Canada to be able to see some snow in June in Santiago. So we felt a little bit at home when we arrived. But my name is Natalie Foster. I'm the clerk assistant at the House of Commons in Canada on the procedural and legislative side. And I have two major responsibilities. So I have a large team responsible for Hansard, transcription, committee reports, and the debates in the House. And the other half of the team is the technological projects in partnership with our IT sector. So we're talking a little bit today about the relationship between business and procedure and why that's so important. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for your introduction. I'd like to invite Paloma Rios, the Public Sector Director from Microsoft, to introduce yourself to us. Sí. You may speak in Spanish if you will.
Okay, yes, to honor our country. Sí, mi nombre es Paloma Ríos y soy directora de sector público.
My name is Paloma Ríos. I work with Microsoft
la cobertura de los clientes de gobierno central, educación y salud. Y he tenido la oportunidad en este rol de acompañar a muchas instituciones locales que han ido en este proceso de transformación digital. Así que todo lo que es modernización del Estado, acompañado de no solo la inteligencia artificial hoy día, sino que procesos de nube, adopción de nube, cambio de tecnología y todo lo que es la tecnología disruptiva. La verdad que ha sido parte de los desafíos que hemos enfrentado en los últimos años y últimamente, por supuesto, en inteligencia artificial. Así que espero poder compartir con ustedes más adelante los desafíos que hemos visto y donde creemos que están las mayores oportunidades.
Muchas gracias, Paloma. Thank you for your introduction. Before we start, I'd like to yield the floor to each one of you for an opening presentation. Just sharing with colleagues the format that we have proposed. Each one of them will have an opening presentation of 8 minutes. I have designed a few questions myself that I'm very curious to know their inputs. And the remaining of the time, I will invite colleagues from the audience to pose your comments for us to have an open discussion. So I'll do this again alphabetically, if you may, if you allow me. Ato, would you like to start with your opening considerations?
Yeah, can you start if you want? So, artificial intelligence is already a big part of our daily lives, as also the previous presenters have said. And after all, it's already built into several apps and devices. and through our everyday devices, we can also communicate with it. So even my fridge is equipped with an AI application and which reports to me every month how much energy I have saved thanks to it. I'm sure that we have not yet found all the possibilities of AI, and much remains to be discovered and developed. But it is already in use in the Parliament and will certainly be used in the future. We are looking for more ways to benefit from the AI and use it for tasks that we do not want to do to ourselves, so that the parliamentary staff can focus on more important work. I really believe that artificial intelligence help us to get a lot of work done in this data-intensive field. It could give us a better insights, reports, or summaries, and that enables us to make better informed decisions in the parliament. I think it's also possible to use artificial intelligence in lawmaking, where we can let it to do all the work for us, or just certain parts of that. This is just something we must decide. Or we can let the system predict what might happen if new legislation is passed or some policy is changed. We should not concentrate on making the AI work only directly for the Parliament, but consider more broadly whether the users of our website could also benefit from it. For example, a chatbot can assist online users to find the right data on the Parliament's website, or make requests or help prepare some kind of initiative. There are several accessibility tools that helps people with disabilities to become more involved in the work of the Parliament, such as real-time subtitles for sittings broadcast. Neural networks based speech synthesize could help us to understand more what is written in the web page or in the documents. And it would be useful in translating to language that are not supported in our website. Document management field and digital archiving or parliamentary data digitizing projects, we can use artificial intelligence very successfully for processing large-scale automatic keywording. For short summarizing or for data anonymizing, we need to remove some kind of different kind of sensitive or user data. It will save a lot of work and time for us. Today, social media marketers use a lot of AI-based tools to increase efficiency and give a competitive advantage over others who do not use this kind of tools so far. The Parliament can also use such tools to its advantage when posting on social media or sending or spreading different kind of messages. Efficiency is very important topic in our Parliament, and not only today when we need to be frugal, but it has always been an important consideration. We cannot afford additional hundreds of people of doing routine work of additional officials for every new, interesting, necessary task or job. Of course, today, we do not use all the opportunities that AI can offer for us. As I have already mentioned, we also monitor the efficient use of our money. And unfortunately, due to limitation of our budget, we have had to give up some less important tools and wait for the need for them to become more pressing. In my opinion, not all the AI inventions have to be always implemented, even if they are necessary. Fixing some 200 documents or adding a keyword or removing some user data may take less time in the old-fashioned way rather than introducing a new AI tool. But it will be a very different case if we need to change 2,000 documents per year. Today we are using different speech recognition solutions as producing the transcript for parliamentary sittings or committee meetings. And we also offer the real-time subtitle as on the plenary sittings broadcasts. And we have achieved this by sacrificing some job to the computer. Today we are working with our large language model, where we have uploaded a lot of parliamentary information. We are still not quite sure whether it will be useful for us, but it's also clear that if you do nothing, then nothing will happen. I believe this is a part of evolution, or at least I hope it will be, because AI will never go away again, and we must investigate different options that it can offer for us right now. I also hope that someday this technology itself will be more efficient and not just a mind-blowing one that consumes terawatts of electricity. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anto, for your opening considerations. Allow me to invite Congressman Aedo to make your opening considerations as well about this topic in 8 minutes. Congressman?
Sí. 8 minutos, ¿no? 8 minutos.
8 minutes, yes. Yes, I would like to add something. Well, Chile is known in Latin America as a country that deals with every situation in a more legislative matter. We apply a law. And Parliament members have a mission to generate a new law adding our ideologies and party representation. I believe that in Chile here we have more than 20,000 laws. I don't know the amount at this moment, but we have more than 20,000 laws. And today we deal with different situations. We live in the framework where we have security issues, felonies that used to have a certain characteristic, but based on that law, nowadays is exceeded based on the type of criminal organization we're dealing with. So we went from several restriction of liberty, we went more to a system that gave more guarantees. And that is currently being difficult. Why do I want to say this? Well, we have worked with the members of the Science Committee of the Chamber of Deputies. Why am I representing this? No one was interested in this committee. I represent a committee that no one wanted to be part of it. No one was fighting to be a member of it. It was normally held on Wednesday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and most parliamentarians were leaving to their districts. So this was not just to help us move forward with the bill of AI. We saw the experience of Europe and the United States, regulating more ethics in Europe, more free market in the United States, and we followed the perspective of Europe. Talking with Miguel Landeros, we were unaware of how AI could be included in our legislative work. And here's what I want to connect the beginning of my presentation. We waste a lot of time. We are inefficient when we propose bills or motions in Parliament, and we don't know the amount of 20,000 laws that we want to sometimes approve, an element that is existing in our legislation. Or sometimes we generate new things that contradict regulations that are current in our country. And we have this program that we have developed with members of the system of Cámara that not only just transcribes sessions automatically, but it only, when I present a parliamentary motion, We want to, for example, start this in January next year. When I present a motion, the system Caminar indicates all the laws that exist, which are the contradictions of the system that exist compared with other laws, and also the Constitution. That is something that exists in this Parliament. It still hasn't been started up, but for that we need approvals of parliamentary committees in order to implement it, to set it, to start it up. That is something very practical. It's not easy to use, because although we are currently working with the Chilean Parliament, which has more than 200 years of history. Therefore, changes, as someone who died said, someone that I was really happy to read, Alvin Toffler, someone who read about third wave and the future, also had a book known as The Change of Power, where we normally had to move 5 degrees right, 5 degrees left, stating that these changes were very difficult due to the institutional challenges. But for that, I am happy to understand that there's an artificial intelligence tool that can help us to improve our legislative work. We will always have the question that since even though AI is very interesting, why don't we change Parliament into an AI and we just stop coming into work? Well, the reason that is because that after the discussions that I had with experts, that even though AI is a tool, it works on data and it has biases from databases, and humans are the ones that transmit biases to these databases. Therefore, it will always be required to have free will and free choice in order to understand how am I positioning in this bill. It's not just a neutral approach from the database. It requires your personal approach and your personal overview on certain matters. In general, I would like to say that we want to advance on this matter. We want to start it up on January, and we are following the path of Brazil, who are more advanced than us. We're not going to be like Italians who want to start their bills with AI. We want to be just like Chileans. We want to work in a broad path, being efficient, adding the parliamentarians adding their own overviews. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, señor vicepresidente. Thank you, Congressman, for your considerations. Well, we heard an experience from Europe and now from Latin America. I'd like to hear some experiences from other regions, like in Australia, with Jonathan has been working with this for not years, decades, right, Jonathan? Yeah. So can you share a little bit? You have been working with parliaments in Oceania, in Australia. Can you share a little bit on your thoughts on this topic as well?
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Louis. I'd like to sort of add on to the previous panelists' conversation as well. And I think the way I sort of view artificial intelligence and how it's used within each of the environments as well is that really it's a tool that is really there to supplement work practice, not replace work practice as well. So, you know, and I think by the uses of any tools, it also has the ability with humans as well to make you also lazy as well. So it has to be a balanced approach. So whenever we look at the adoption and the use of artificial intelligence, we really find that it's finding the right balance. Sorry, is that better? Sorry. It's really finding the right balance of the use of artificial intelligence and how that is really then put into your sort of daily work practices as well. So when we're looking at that, you know, right now there's a lot of thought process happening when we talk about artificial intelligence. It's always right, you know, we're trying to find an application or we're trying to find a use case for artificial intelligence when we're actually looking at it. Whereas our sort of general approach is really creating that as a foundational piece of your work practice. I think is actually a really important pivot point. So you may want to look at, for example, you know, the use of artificial intelligence within the chamber, or the use of artificial intelligence within bill drafting as an example. But it's not really looking at it from a individual point of view. It's really looking at it as your sort of an enterprise application, and an enterprise way of working, I think is actually really important to really consider as part of that process. So at the moment, we're seeing a lot of parliaments, you know, having a little pilot or proof of concept over here, here, or here, without really that cohesive strategy in terms of how do we actually incorporate this into our daily work practice in an ethical and meaningful way. So I think that's probably one of the areas which we're seeing a lot of conversations happening around is, you know, people are getting a lot more comfortable around creating a framework, creating the ethical guidelines, creating the governance areas as well. But then it's really about how do you then make sure that it is then incorporated into that day-to-day operational piece as well. Some of the areas that we're really sort of seeing movement around and adoption around, especially in the parliamentary sense, is document summarisation is a really interesting area that we've been working heavily in. As an example, and I think sort of saying that from everyone's experience here, is that parliaments deal with a lot of data, a lot of documents, a lot of information is presented. So whether that's generated internally or it's received externally from other sources. So document summarisation is really something which we're finding to be a very powerful element in the artificial intelligence landscape. So as an example, they were sort of members of in committees where they were receiving, you know, thousands of submissions from the public, and they wanted to work out, well, how do we then work out which ones are duplicates? So it might be a lobbyist organisation. It might be also what are the key points from this 58-page document, as an example. So we can use artificial intelligence in that meaningful way to provide key targeted information from large data sets as well. Natural language, we're seeing a lot of movement around natural language. So the introduction of natural language, I think, is really important when we're dealing with citizen-facing services. So when we're looking at natural language, we're saying a lot of parliamentary documents are very formal. It can be very structured. It can be very, you know, very much set in the way which it's actually done. And sometimes when you're not in the parliamentary, the vocabulary or the elements of parliament, etc., it can be hard as a normal citizen to really understand the intent or really what's actually occurring around that. So we're seeing natural language as a really good use case coming forward as well around the future state as well. Identification of personally identifiable information, or PII, and entity extraction, which you can then reuse and retrain your models around as well. So if you have information coming in from the public, or if you have information around that, you can then retrain and update your models with that information as well. So there's some really good use cases and benefits around that. Obviously, the really good thing about artificial intelligence is really about linking data together in a meaningful way. So when you're dealing with, and some of the parliaments which we've actually have done, is that we have procedural databases going back to the 1800s. And so if you wanted to then find a precedent which may have only occurred once in the last 100 years, you know, we've known people like previously, or we've known chamber staff who've actually got to go to a library to find literally a book which is created in the 1900s to find a precedent of something which occurred within the chamber. And if you digitize that, you have an interesting way to understand and find data which is spanning, say, hundreds of years as well. So there's some really interesting data and some papers as well around looking at using artificial intelligence across not necessarily what we call a large data set necessarily, but a data set which is spanning a very significant amount of time. Because you've got to consider a lot of different ways of thinking when you're looking at historical data versus, say, current data as well. And one of the things around that is because, say, for example, when we're actually looking at data within artificial intelligence, if we look at our historical trends of how, say, we treated certain minority groups, say, in the 1800s versus how we would treat them now, it's very different. So we don't necessarily want then that larger data set to then bias opinions around if you're doing bill drafting for new bills and new thoughts and new ways of working as well. So it's really understanding what data sets you actually then have and really understanding those sort of bits and pieces around that as well. So one of the other things which we also make sure that we do as a good sort of corporate citizen when we're looking at AI as well is identify to users where something has been generated as AI as well. So don't just assume, like, if you're creating a chatbot or if you're using that sort of information like document summarization, make sure that you're specifying, for example, that this is actually being generated by AI as a good practice. So that's one of the things which we're sort of seeing a lot of movement around, because that builds trust and also builds confidence in those systems as well. So one of the areas to look at. The other thing we also find is if you are using generative AI, so generating content from your source data as well, is to really provide citations to the source content as well is really important. So if you're creating a chatbot for internal use or external use, it's creating a citation to where the actual source data is. So it might be, well, the precedent was this, or the procedure was this, or it was sourced from this part of Hansard, or transcription as an example. So citations, I think, are what we're finding to be really useful from an accountability and traceability point of view when we're actually looking at artificial intelligence as well. So I think removal of that sort of menial work is a really good use case around artificial intelligence. So the amount of time which we're finding is wasted in either recreating content within parliaments, the deduplication of work, it's the manual copy and paste of information into different databases or different data sets, etc., I think is really where we can start to really leverage the power of artificial intelligence to supplement people's work, not replace people's work. So get them to focus on high-value tasks and without having to worry about low-level tasks, I think is really important. So I think that would probably conclude my sort of initial thoughts.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for the masterclass on artificial intelligence on parliaments. Well, without further ado, allow me to invite Natalie Foster. We got an IT perspective, a perspective from a member of Congress. Now, I'm very curious to learn from a perspective from someone on the procedural side as well. So, Natalie, please feel free to use your 8 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the approach that I'd like to take is a little bit different. So obviously we've talked a lot about technology, use cases, what's available. But I'd like to talk a little bit about what we're doing at the House of Commons in Canada in terms of how we're preparing the groundwork to implement some of these use cases. Because I think just as important as the tools and the outcomes are you ready? Is your parliament ready? Are your people ready? So I'd like to talk about 3 different areas that we are actively exploring in Canada. Our information, how we're preparing our people, and what our ambition should be. So I'll talk about those 3. First, our information. I think we've heard a lot about how these tools can powerfully bring together that information. They can help summarize data. They can help to give us the information that we need. Our data is everywhere. It can bring us together. It can bring that together for us to help make good decisions. Is fit for purpose. And so I just want to emphasize the importance of that as a data strategy to get ready for artificial intelligence. The second pillar, which I actually personally feel is the most important, is getting your people ready. I think a lot of us in this room are very keen on this topic. We have a personal interest. We are playing with these tools ourselves. We're finding ways to use it. But our experience from our own parliament is that there's a group of people who are ambitious, they're excited. There's a group of people who don't know what they're supposed to do with this information or how they're supposed to use it. And there's a group of people who are scared. And I think we have to acknowledge all of those journeys for all of those different people. And if you don't, as a parliament, as an administration, acknowledge that, I think you'll fall behind. And there'll be some who will run ahead and innovate, and there'll be others that you'll leave behind on that journey, and you won't successfully integrate these tools. So for me, the human-centric approach to the work is very important.
There and in different variabilities that were not included previously. This is very important, and it was mentioned before, because AI is not a technology itself. It's not that I can go and buy, please, 3 AA. No, it's an umbrella of different technologies that are being developed for different purposes. Today, I was in a panel some time ago, and today this remind me of that. We tend to think that the new technology is going to solve everything. AI is going to solve everything, but it's not. There are different kinds of technologies that help us for different things. We need to define where we want to go. This can help us with something big, but maybe we need to start with baby steps that are going to lead us to a future new road that is going to help us to go forward. So we don't want to kill a fly with a big machine gun. We need to identify the fly first and the killing method. So this is not something new. This started 70 years ago. We started with different processes where we wanted to think that a machine can help us to think, or that it's going to think instead of us. That was the machine learning process. We pretended that they will not just solve our problems, but also learn while I was interacting with the machine to develop more. Then with deep learning, we learn how to predict. Right now, we are in a moment where we are related to generative AI. What does it mean? That we're not just having we just can predict, but the data, the amount of data that we have, the capability of data, can generate new content. And that is where the value is added. And from Microsoft, we can see it from different industries. It's the capability of augment the production in different ways. Why? Because the capability of analysis of a human is not that precise and it's not that big. So the evolution that data availability is helping us to have a better result, more precise, with less time, and with a use that is relevant to what we want to achieve. That's why I come back to the previous example. It's not just that you can use it for everything. You need to know how to use it and why you're going to be using it. It's important to have that vision and to have that ambition of knowing what you're going to do. In terms of capability, the AI is touching different areas. Previously, technology was just related to repetition. If I do something that is going to imply repetition, routine, AI is going to help me. Yes, that is true. But today, AI, generative AI, is also related to other jobs that are more specific. So the benefit is higher because I'm an assistant of someone that's already doing a good job, that is doing an effective job. When I add this kind of capability, it improves significantly. So today the question is not if I'm going to be working with AI. It's when I'm going to be working with AI and how I'm going to be working with AI. And that is very important because we have a study from the World Trade Index that said that 75% of people are already using AI in their job. So probably if I raise your hand, please raise your hand, you're going to say, yes, I use it in certain way. And if you don't raise your hand, you're doing it, but you don't know. Because right now you all have any social media, they all have algorithms. So you are using it. And those algorithms are automatic. And what we're using right now is that we hope that all the AI are being used as I want to be used and not someone else. And that is very important. The transformation of the jobs are happening in different levels and they're not replacing us, which is one of the negative feelings that people have. Is the real question is how my job can be better, more efficient with the AI. Today, democratization of AI, it's very transversal, can work in different levels because it's very valuable. Let's think in ChatGPT. Everyone can use it, right? And the risk of that is that when there's no policies related to privacy or security or safety, we are exposed ourselves to problems that we didn't have. Cybersecurity problems, scams, fraud related to voice recognition, fake news. So there are different things that can happen if we don't have a safe environment, a responsible environment. I'm going to talk about that later. Right now we see this topic related to services and parliament, this seminar. What we see now is that the potential in other industry, in everything related to the parliament services, the potential is very high. And how can we work on that? How can we get better and more sophisticated tools? For example, they can help us with the lawmaking, with analysis. The deputy Aedo was mentioning the amount of laws that we have in Chile, the amount of data that we have in Chile. Is very hard to analyze by a group of humans because it's a lot. So AI can help us to analyze all that together and analyze by these tools, and not just analyze, but also suggest certain things. For example, what things work out well, what things didn't work out, and what things in the evolution of a country can help. That's a case that is very easy to identify and mention. Other thing that is important here is that when we see just that is very important is related to voice recognition and analysis of videos, because all the parliament activities are registered. So the AI help us to get patterns, to analysis of different feelings. So just to talk, when people are just talking, how people are making gestures, the body language, it's also helping us. It's telling us certain importance that is for that people. So that also can help us with, the AI can help us with that. Other things that are more common are related to the possibility of, for example, to have personal assistants for all the parliaments. That's very useful too. As I mentioned before, this presentation, the speech, I gave 2 prompts. That is a very easy concept prompt. That is not other thing that how you ask. And it's important to know how to ask too, right? That is going to change the answer. For example, I asked to my personal data in Microsoft Ask. I asked, look for all the information related to parliament services and AI in the last years. And I got all that information. Who decided what information to consider? It was myself. I am not reading that it was something that was provided completely, but it was more efficient for me because I get all that summarized. And that will help all the parliaments because it helps to be more efficient, more with all different jobs. Another topic that is important to mention here is related to the fact that transform of citizens consultation, for example. Microsoft work with in the constitutional process in Chile, and there is a big space there, how we listen to the citizens, how the voice of the citizens, all the data can actually be incorporated in different processes in a way that is effective, efficiency, and that it can be listened properly. Today, we have different options. We can see all the possibilities are endless. And the idea is to use tools that are free. In my daily routine, if I don't have a tool that is secure, I'm going to use something that is probably open in the web. And that's a risk, because I'm putting data that is private, maybe open to everyone. And that is a risk to everyone. And we need to be careful with that when we are proposing policy related to AI. So right now in Microsoft, and other companies are doing the same, we adhere to 6 principles related to AI, responsible AI. Some of them are being mentioned already. One is equity. What does it mean? That the system of AI needs to be designed to treat everyone in the same way, without discrimination or without bias. Second, needs to be safe. You need to rely on them. They need to have limited uses. They need to follow the guidelines of regulations of the Parliament. Needs to be responsible. That means that the creators of the AI and the developers need to be responsible of their own systems and say, yes, I use this in this way. As Jonathan was mentioning, this was generated by AI. The fourth principle is related to privacy. There is a privacy law in Chile, and it's very important because it's one of the main pillars of the cybersecurity law in Chile. Privacy is very important when we talk about all this public data. Nobody wants that private data is open to everyone, right? Needs to be inclusive, needs to be accessible so everyone can use them. It doesn't matter if this person ethnicity or any other reason. And lastly, the last principle is related to transparency. And that is very important because I need to be able to explain the algorithm that make the decision, that took the decision. Because if I do it in a positive way, everyone can decide anything, and that's not the idea. With Microsoft, we designed and incorporated all the different processes of AI to the products that we have today, and you probably have heard about copilots that are for providing AI in a responsible way to all our products in order to improve productivity and all the different benefits that involve. If I can say a summary in 3 different parts, AI is here, is now. We need to tell when we're going to take advantage of it. Secondly, productivity can improve easily. 20% the GDP can improve in the last years with the transformation of the AI. So the impact on productivity is not related to people; it's also related to economy in all the countries. So we still need to keep working on that. And the third, in order to be successful, we need to adhere to these 3 principles that I mentioned earlier in order to be responsible, have an AI responsible, to have a data of governance proper. I cannot agree more with be more focused on people. If we don't work together with the people that are using the technology, is not going to be important. If we don't have great technology, if we have great technology but people are not involved, it's not very important. So thank you very much.
Disculpen, antes de seguir quería
Sorry, before continuing, I would like to introduce Luis Rojas. They told me that you were here, Luis. Can you come up front? He is the Pro Secretary of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile, and he is here today. Good morning, Luis. Thank you very much for being here.
Paloma, for your consideration. It's a class to us about artificial intelligence, how Microsoft has been working in this domain. As I mentioned to you, I have prepared a few questions, one to each one of you, I'll ask you to be very brief on your responses. We had discussed about 4 minutes, but if you can do in 3, because I wish we have time for colleagues to also contribute. And I will start with you, Jonathan, if I may. NovaWorks has extensive experience in integrating AI technologies within parliamentary operations for decades. And to effectively prepare for the future implementation of AI services, in your opinion, what are the essential technical capabilities that parliaments must develop? And secondly, could you break down these requirements into tiers of legislative services, detailing the foundational infrastructure, skills, and processes needed at each level to ensure a successful AI integration? I know that's a doctor's thesis, but if you can make it in 3 minutes, that's much appreciated.
Yeah, 3 minutes for that, that's going to be interesting, but I'll try to do that as much as I can. As Natalie has mentioned, I think data classification is really a foundational pillar of any sort of implementation of artificial intelligence. So data classification, tagging, metadata is really, really important to understand exactly how you're going to actually be using that in a technical way. Understanding whether you want to use open source or closed source systems is another interesting understanding, because everyone has different budgetary constraints as well. So whether you want to use a on-premise system or you want to use a cloud-based system is another important aspect as well. So understanding what is actually out there, and in my next presentation I'll actually go through some of those options as well. And I think the change management aspect as well, I know it's not technical, but the technical side of it from my perspective is probably in some respects a small part of the process. It's actually all the other parts which actually need to be done in order to get to the technical side. Is actually probably going to take you longer. As sort of the Natalie has also said, like you spend about 1.5 years getting to the point where you are now, and then you've now got the technical solution. And there's a reason behind that as well. So, I think when we look at the technical side, the foundational infrastructure, when I look at that, we're looking at, whether you want to host something on-premise from a data sovereignty point of view, or there may not be native cloud services in your country, as an example. So that might, sway people's ways of doing things around that. From a skills point of view, it's understanding that it is in some respects a normal technical project. So you would have your appropriate governance, you would have your appropriate project management, you would have your skills in the technical aspects, which are more around AI. So that might be different programming languages, as an example, different ways to actually train models, a range of other aspects around from a technical side of things. Testing and monitoring is actually another important technical side. So the testing and monitoring phase of an actual AI implementation is really important. One of the ones I always sort of say with a bit of fear is, if you ever decide as a parliament from a risk perspective to create a chatbot for citizens, I think make sure you test it properly. So really, really important, because there will be people out there who will break it and, try to break it. When you look at testing any AI model, my recommendation is try to break it as much as you can. Try to make sure try to introduce bias, try to create prompts, as an example, or try to create content that are outside of its rules. Testing is sometimes a underrepresentative point of view, because my experience with out-of-a-box artificial intelligence is that it won't don't expect it to work out of the box for the parliamentary context. Is my really general advice from a technical perspective. Like, you have to train it with your use cases. You have to train it with the content that you're going to be interested in using as well. So as I said, like if you want to try to import 200 years of content and data, you need to understand what the implications are. I've seen some parliaments who are trialling information, and they upload, say, their last 2 weeks of content, and then they test it and it looks really good. But then suddenly they upload 80 years of content and everything changes automatically. So it's really understanding from a technical perspective, how do you test, how do you monitor the effectiveness of your AI as well? So when you implement artificial intelligence, to be honest with you, any system in some respects, is that it's not just a set and forget. It's a continuous improvement, it's a continuous learning cycle as technology is actually growing as well. So as we all know, if you look at, say, for example, the last even 2 years or 3 years, if you looked at artificial intelligence 3 years ago, the accuracy of that compared to today is significantly different. So it's always making sure that, are you using a more up-to-date model? If you looked at, say, for example, ChatGPT 3.5 versus ChatGPT 4, it was a massive leap in transformation and use case and accuracy is an example. And so when you look at those sort of technical aspects, I think it is really important to understand that it is a continuous evolution process and a continuous learning process from a skill set and a retention point of view. Sorry, I probably went a bit longer.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for your considerations on this topic. Atu, I have a question for you as well. We know that effective data governance in parliaments is crucial for a successful implementation of AI in parliamentary services, encompassing dimensions such as data integrity, security, and ethical usage. However, our primary focus, focus on my question is the accuracy of the AI tools. Could you share your practices in the Parliament of Estonia that you believe to be relevant in this domain, also in 3 minutes if it's possible?
Yes, thank you. So in the speech recognition that we use today, the quality of the training data is very important, especially the accuracy of the word. The quality of the service depends on how accurately the language model is trained. At the beginning, it's like a newborn baby that cannot understand you very well, and you must teach and train him word by word. The quality of this activity is extremely important. Our model was trained in 2019, and when we put this newly developed system into practice in autumn 2020, our system didn't understand the word COVID, and we had to teach this later. In addition, it is equally important that to give yourself time and opportunity and leave some space in the budget, of course, to improve your model from time to time. It is a process that changes over the time and must be undertaken every once in a while. In our speech recognition solution, we had provided options to save the initial corrected transcript for the future when we need to arise to train a new model. And also decided that our speech model must be accessible to everyone, so that anyone who wants to use it can free of charge to do that. And if possible, you should share your solutions with others, and they're also effective to use solutions already made by others. So, a lot has been said today also about ethics and artificial intelligence in data acquisition. So, so far we have only used open data. All audio recordings are from the public hearings. The corresponding transcripts are also from the public hearings, and all the data is absolutely public. All the persons recognized by the system are also well-known public figures. So a lot of open data is needed to train the AI. If you share your data as machine-readable open data, it can be useful for many others. Today we are working on our large language model. So we are training this environment with only open data as well. On the one hand, we do not own this environment source code, and we cannot be sure 100% sure how our data is handled there, so it's better to be careful. As we are offering most of our data as open, open data, and there is more than enough data for training this generative AI environment. And if something were leaked by chance, the leaked information will be already via public information anyway. So it's also important for data security or cyber security when using this kind of tools to know what is the source code of the code that solution, what is not own APU. So there might be some risks. It's very important to make sure that you properly understand all the risks of the data that you are entering and where you are entering it. There is nothing too particular here, as with any new solutions in the application world, the steps to be followed, I think it's pretty same as previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ato, for your considerations. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to bring a question to you now. You have a unique perspective on the impact of AI solutions in parliamentary work. In the case of Chile, in a very short span of time, under the leadership of the Secretary General, the Chamber has started the implementation of the project Caminar, which has the capacity to transform the legislative process. From your perspective, what specific AI tools or technologies do you believe would be most significantly enhance the legislative process in Chile? And additionally, how do you envision these tools transforming daily parliamentary activities and improving the overall effectiveness of the legislative process? If you can share your thoughts in 3 minutes as well.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to provide personal opinions that are not necessarily shared with the institution, okay? First of all, when I was listening, Paloma said something that it was very precise and made sense to me, which was that our job is to be, we regulate different things through laws. That's the role of the parliament, right? So the first thing is that one of the first tools that makes sense to us that was Ato was mentioning, the transcription database, and all the things are always responding to what we have, that are all representatives of what happened in that moment in the country. We are a 200-year-old country, so the reflection of the who was in power is also what we see in the laws, right? It's a reflection of that time. And that database, it's important and provide us help when you are presenting a law in the lawmaking process. That is, if it's going to work or not, if there is another conflict, if it's already covered in other law, how was solved previously. We actually have some exercise with the Cámara project. That's what we are right now. But as Paloma mentioned before, this intelligence, this algorithm can generate content, right? They can also generate new proposals. And that's the dilemma that we have right now. They're related to regulation, how to compare voice recognition, transcription. That area is not going to be a problem. The big problem, I think that the big question that we have right now is, and I include myself in this debate, is do we want the system generate? Because that seems like a philosophical question, right? Because if this is the one that is generating content, so what is the, why I have assistants, why I have a team, how I work, right? So that is going to open a very complex debate in our democracies. Because here you can overreact in this topic. And that is in Latin America the experience. This is not Canada, this is not Australia, this is not Europe. Here we go from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. Chile went from a revolution 2019 to a counter-revolution in less than 4 years. So I'm not inventing anything. This is something that happens here in Latin America, okay? In Argentina, they went from Kirchner to Milei in a snap of the fingers. And I'm not going to mention Brazil, right? So I want to establish that because I'm not a technician, but these are the kind of political questions that we ask ourselves. We're going from 0 to 100, and we're going to start asking, for example, do we need a parliament right now? Because this is going to generate something that is going to replace us, because that can be another side of the discussion, right? Of course, I'm overreacting, but I'm overreacting because this is something that can show us where this is going, right? And that is very important. This is going to create an internal debate that is going to be very high. We are using it. We know that AI is here, it's going to stay. I also congratulate to our parliament that we are using something that it works. I don't know if this is politically correct, but I have a question, and Microsoft, I'm asking to Microsoft, because nothing is neutral, right? Not Microsoft, nothing is neutral. So we are working with systems, with equipment, with softwares that are Chinese. And for example, we don't really talk to Microsoft or with other companies. Let's call them Western companies. And I don't know if in the bias topic creates something, because that's something that I ask myself, because it's strange that for us that one side of the world that is very far away from us is helping us, but the other side is not. So maybe this calling attention, as Anton was saying, when you start walking, giving baby steps, sometimes the person that is helping you to learn how to step, those steps can provide you how you're going to end up walking. So I think that we need to pay attention to that.
Well, Natalie, I'd like to bring a question to you as well. So, as the clerk assistant in the House of Commons in Canada, ensuring the due legislative process is maintained is paramount for the effective working of the institution. So, in your opinion, how do you see AI enhancing the capacity to uphold those rigorous processes? And if you could share some examples on how AI tools can support and streamline legislative procedures while always maintaining the integrity and the accuracy of parliamentary operations.
Yes, thank you very much. Picking up on a comment made by the Vice President and member, nothing is neutral. And I think that's a very interesting comment that reflects, again, the importance of that principle of the people and their involvement with these tools. And so when we think about procedure and we think about the members and how we can support them as organizations so they can deliver for the people of their countries, I think the people still play a role in ensuring the integrity and accuracy of what's coming out, what's being deployed, what's being used through these tools. So when you're thinking about the integration with your own parliament, there's a few principles that I like to think about. Is this the right tool for the right purpose? Before you even talk about what the exact tool would be, should it be done by a tool, or should we be relying on the human judgment in this case solely? Do we know what we're putting into the tools and why? Are we putting in the information that's appropriate? And that goes back to discussions around bias and security and that sort of thing as well. And are your people ready to apply their judgment so that the outputs are neutral, that we can maintain the integrity and accuracy of our processes, of our procedures? Because again, the reason behind that tradition with a parliament is so that there's a certain integrity and there's a certain continuity to the process. The debates are going to change, the topics are going to change, but how are we ensuring that members are engaging in those topics in a way that is fair and open and accurate for themselves and for their constituents? So you sort of have to take that first as a first step, I think, before you think about the tools and the possible use cases. I think there are many different use cases, and Jonathan's mentioned a few, other colleagues have, so I won't get back into it in too much detail. But I think there are a lot of opportunities in the first instance to look at our public data, some of our public information that's available, to try to leverage that and use that as an opportunity to enhance the offerings of a parliament, both to the citizens, to the members, and to the administrative staff. Accessibility is a big one that we've talked about in other forum. How accessible is the information to the public? I think there's a large discussion societally now about trust in some of these public institutions, and the accessibility and the transparency of that data should be there to help foster and enhance that trust as we go through this transformation together. And then finally, of course, the relationship between the procedural advice that we can give, but also the support for our members. Do they have the tools that they need, the data that they need to do their jobs well as legislators, but also in representing their constituents? So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for your considerations. I'd like to bring my last question to Paloma, and then we move to the questions and comments to the audience. Paloma, as AI becomes part of the parliamentary realm, as we have been discussing for the past hour and a half, there are numerous technology considerations that can impact its effective implementation. From your perspective, what are the key factors that parliaments should consider when deciding, for example, between a cloud-based solution or on-premise solution? And additionally, what are the technological recommendations would you offer to ensure a successful and secure AI deployment in public institutions? If you can do that also in 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Voy a tratar de ser lo menos porque me quiero ocupar medio segundo.
I'm going to try to answer very briefly because I want to talk about what Deputy Aido mentioned. In terms of content generation, we shouldn't be afraid that it's going to replace us, not in terms of the parliament, but in every kind of job. As I mentioned before, if for example, an assistant generate content, there's going to be a human judgment to say, yes, this is appropriate or not. This technology will help us to accelerate the process of generate the process because we do have our own process. The AI is going to help us with that process with more information, and it's going to provide us with better recommendations in certain contexts. So the answer there, I think that to be afraid of a Congress is going to be, are we going to use this as a benefit for the country? And I can talk deep about this in other topics. Deputy, we can talk to you from Microsoft. We can help you with all the decisions that you are taking. And we can generate a vision because besides the brand, the label is Chinese from other parts, we need to know what we want to achieve and what kind of parameters we want to create. That's why I came back to the sixth principle where safety is something very important, and security. And Luis, about what you were mentioning, I think that there are several things that we need to take into consideration. How do you choose between cloud architecture or premise? I think that the most important thing here is that the models can work in the proper way, with a better way. We are talking about cloud because cloud allow us not just help us to work in our environment as in premise, but also to take advantage of all the potential that we have to generate everything, because the algorithms are being fed by the information by the users, right? So the detail there is that the data are private. That could be a prem if you want to, but the cloud is that provides us the capability of the flexibility and generate more content. There are certain considerations, of course. The cost, the infrastructure of a premise is more predictable. The cloud has its variabilities, different variants of predictability. To escalate is something that we need to consider too. Microsoft is the system that receives more cyber attacks. So that means that we are the ones that are better prepared because we're constantly being attacked. A premise, other premise can change depending on who administered it, who is the administrator. So those are the things that you need to choose. Something else that I want to say is that the recommendations are related to do not forget the people. The people are the center of the success of everything that we do. The culture of our organization is very important for adopting the right tools, and the governance of data process is very important too. Because data we have a lot, but when we don't have a policy related to the governability, anything can come up from that process. So that would be my recommendation.
Colleagues, we have a few minutes for questions and comments. I'd like to ask that person asking the question state your name, your institution, but doesn't do a preamble of the question, go directly to the question, so we have enough time. If you can raise your hand, people that wish to be recognized. I see André from the Chamber of Deputies in Brazil. Are other colleagues as well that wish to... maybe André can have a microphone. Eu acho que precisa para a transmissão.
I would like to hear the comments of the President of the Chamber of Deputies of Chile and Paloma. I'm a public officer of the Chamber of Deputies of Brazil, but I'm also a union member, and I represent members of the union. So I have a concern based on the training on what is the governance that will maintain the free sovereignty of the people. And here I see a dual aspect of the governance, the public servants, as well as the interest of other entities. So I'm asking, is there going to be a training for users in the different parliaments on how to use AI, and how will this be developed in to corporations? How corporations are going to understand this dilemma?
Sí, contesto muy directo a tu pregunta.
I answer straightforward. This is the Pro Secretary of the Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Rojas, the assistant team, all the TI team. They are 10 steps in front of us, and all this process, the whole process, we have been doing it together. It's not a decision from the Parliament that is illuminated Parliament. No, this is very horizontal, okay? The visits, the search of the system, the support system, the equipment, the decisions that we are making every day for generating sessions that support this technology, related to this technology, they work all together. And that tell us that from the beginning, I think that you mentioned it, that from the beginning, these have been working with the people. And the main thing here is that the employees, the staff came with this idea. The support team had this idea. We carry on with what they say. And how this that we work in the chamber that goes way beyond other public institutions of the country is going to impact in the Chilean state, that's a different question. That is something that the Ministry of Treasury, the people in charge of the budget, with the president, will need to talk about it. And with this, I'm going to finish. Paloma was mentioning, and that's why I need to mention, we are not afraid of being replaced. We need to ask ourselves the questions of which is the start of this discussion in order to get to a good port, to a better harbor. I learned the prompt, and if I don't make the right questions, I don't want to have that kind of mistakes. We want to know how to make the right questions, because we need to have the correct road map. So the questions came from the staff, not from us. So they told us what to do.
I'd like to open to the table if other colleagues wish to comment on this matter as well. No? Well, Ato, please.
So actually, it's a question about training. So I think this training is also important for the officials and the MPs. So it's very, I think, essential thing. So if you're training on one hand the AI for understanding you, then of course you need to training users who will use it. So we also have done different kind of trainings to all users to introduce different kind of tools, and also we introduced in one training what is the AI itself, that's how it's working, how it's done. So it is a very essential thing to do it.
Thank you so much, Ato, for your considerations. I'd like to thank all the members from this panel for this very insightful discussion. It was an honor to be your moderator today. We close this panel now and we move, I believe, now for the coffee break. But I'd like to thank each and every one of you to bring such a rich and multifaceted discussion from different perspectives. Thank you so much. Thank you for the colleagues as well that participated with us.
Just like Luis Kimaji said, we invite you to go and have some coffee in order to continue the discussion with some of the members. We would like to ask you, if you're using headsets and receivers, please shut them off in order to save some energy for the next session. Thank you. We invite you to take your seats in order to continue with the second part of our panel. Don't forget to turn on your receivers for the interpretation. Now we have returned and we are going to continue with the artificial intelligence in parliaments. Changing the future of Parliament. We hope that you have been able to share your experience and your comments. Now we're going to continue with the current state of generative AI in parliaments. Now we leave the floor to Mr. Jonathan Rucker from NovaWorks.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here today and this week. And I must say thank you very, very much to the Chamber of Deputies as well for hosting us, and also with Louis from Busolitech as well. So my great extended gratitude for that opportunity. So today I'd like to go through what we're sort of thinking is really the current state of generative AI in parliaments. And as part of this process, I'll put together a bit of an agenda around what we think our current state and challenges are. Tackling accuracy, I'd like to sort of go through some of the areas around accuracy and what are the challenges around accuracy and what are some of the strategies which we can actually then work on to improve accuracy, because when we know and we talk about parliaments, it is built on trust, transparency and accountability. So accuracy, when we look at artificial intelligence, is extremely important to really create that foundational piece in terms of how we look at the adoption of artificial intelligence. Like to look at some of the strategies to monitor and improve AI as well. And it's not very technical, but it's a little bit technical, but I'd like to sort of dive into really what does a process actually look like when it looks like to implement RAG, so the retrieval augmented generation, which I think is, we do a lot of discussions around policy and frameworks, etc. But I think it's probably interesting to understand at a very high level what a actual implementation could actually look like as well. We do have some sample resources as well for you to then review as well. So we've got a list of resources which you may or may not find interesting, and you may have already found them already, but it's always good to have a concise summary as well. So open source, different papers as well, which is really important. We'll also potentially show you what a RAG solution could actually look like in a real world scenario as well. And then we'll open up to questions and answers. So let's get into it. So hopefully it's not too small, but I'll go through each of these sort of areas. So the current state of generative AI in terms of what we're seeing, we still think it is still very much for parliamentary sense in its infancy. And one of the key areas around that is really it's not yet adopted as a enterprise application. So when we look at enterprise applications, we're talking about potentially email, or we're talking about document management, we're talking about what I call the traditional enterprise applications which are already probably in your organization. And AI is something which is new and potentially foreign to a lot of potential parliaments. And so what we're seeing is that really a lot of pilot projects are really commencing. Some have live systems, and when we say live systems, we're talking about the actual implementation in a real-time environment. But what we're finding though is that we're still in that initial conversation piece. So building the frameworks, building the internal conversations which still need to be had, around risk governance, communications, and really, realistically, it's about how we are looking at controlling and managing the use and rollout of artificial intelligence as a whole. So we're still very much in that sort of enabling stage rather than the innovation stage, I believe, at the moment. So there's definitely a lot of work to be still done around that. And the thing I sort of look at is that AI is most likely being used in what I call in both a structured and ad hoc way as well. An example of that could be helping drafting an email. As an example, can I make this sound better? And they could be using ChatGPT, or it could be using Copilot, it could be using content creation and a whole range of other things is really what we're seeing is that, and we're sort of even from discussions which I've been having even just today, it's very much around personal use. So it's for use for a member to, say, for example, create a better debate on a bit of legislation or a bill. It's all about a personal use around content that people are interested in. So it's not really, again, looking at it from an enterprise point of view. It's all around individual ad hoc use at the moment instead of that more consolidated enterprise use. So that's really what we're sort of seeing as a major sort of sticking point in terms of the current state of generative AI. And the things which we sort of see as a bit of a focus area at the moment is natural language, making complex documents simpler. So there's been a lot of discussions which we've been happening with parliaments, specifically around natural language and making things easier to understand. So that's a really important part of it. And when you're managing that sort of large amounts of documents as well, summarization is another important part of it. So document summarization is really coming to a forefront. And when you're, say, dealing with an annual report, or it might be a government report, or it might be recommendations as an example. So recommendations might be on one page, but then you have all the supporting evidence as an example in the subsequent 50-odd pages or 100 pages as an example. So really you can use artificial intelligence to really summarize both key recommendations from reports as an example, but also give you clear context of why those recommendations were actually being met in a simplified language point of view. So, sometimes rationale and, for example, and the other really good thing about artificial intelligence and data sets is that it has memory. So when I look at memory in Parliament, you might say, well, for example, I know in Australia we have an issue called what they call hospital ramping, and within the healthcare system. And every government over the last 12 years have promised to improve that. But with artificial intelligence, what we can actually then do is look at all the Hansard transcripts, we can look at all the committee reports, we can look at all of that information in a meaningful way and say, well, actually, has any government actually improved that service or not? And we can actually just type that in to get relevant information around that to understand, say, trend analysis and a whole range of other things as well. And it's really quite powerful, again, as long as you've got the data in there as well in a clean way. And I'll look at accuracy in my next slide. But it's really quite powerful in terms of trend analysis and other areas which we're sort of seeing as part of that process. Translation, I think a lot of parliaments at the moment have probably looked at either automatic translation of content, whether it's in a real-time basis, so closed captioning, or in more sort of traditional sense. So when, say, for example, somebody would submit a submission for a committee, and we could translate that from their native language into the supported language of the parliament as an example. So there are a lot of different use cases for translation, which, automated translation has been around for, a good sort of 10 years plus, I'd say. You could go to Google Translate, or you can go to other translation services and upload a big document into there and it'll translate it for you. Adobe will do it, Microsoft does it, most services now will open up a document and you can translate that on the fly. So that's a more mature use of AI as an example. Chatbots are a really interesting part where we're seeing some unique occurrences or unique innovations coming through around that, especially when you're using your own existing data as well for it. So chatbots, we, as an example, have developed a chatbot per business area. So that might be for procedure. It might be for Hansard or transcripts. It might be for bills and legislation, but each of them have been tuned, as an example, for that data set. So it's important to understand, I think, the use cases and the stakeholders involved for each of those chatbots. And sometimes when you look at, for example, we might have, let's say, 4 or 5 different large language models, so LLMs. But we can also have those tuned independently. However, there is actually tools out there to do what we call federated learning as well. So even though we might have 4 or 5 different large language models, there is the ability to federate the data and the learnings between those models as well, which is really quite interesting. And there's some really interesting papers, especially in the last sort of maybe 12 months, around what we call federated learning models as well, which are really quite interesting. So some of the areas of concern, which again, we'll try to tackle some of that in today's presentation, is I think communication, and communication not be the area of concern, but it's a tooling to help really communicate your AI strategy with stakeholders. So communication can be lacking, which is why I think it's an area of concern with relevant stakeholders, because sometimes, because it's a new tool, it's a really innovative tool, we can go off and individually do things without what I call a concise and enterprise sort of communication strategy around AI adoption, and really how it's going to help and innovate the parliamentary context. So I think an area of concern which we're sort of seeing and talking about is really, how do we communicate with employees? How do we communicate with members of parliament? How do we communicate with, staff all the different business areas, but also even citizens as well. So how do you then make sure that that layer of what I call those sort of three foundational pillars of, say, transparency is then really at the forefront of what you're actually doing with artificial intelligence? Accuracy. Every single parliament I've talked to is always concerned about accuracy. Accuracy is, again, my next slide, but accuracy is also reliant on the data which you have and your confidence in the data that you have as well. So we'll tackle that in the next slide. Also, sometimes it's also as simple as how do we get started? You know, what do we actually do, and how do we actually use or how do we actually create our own large language model as an example, or leverage an existing one but use our data to ground that data, like ground the actual model as well. So we'll go through a very simple checklist around what is the potential life cycle of that sort of project actually potentially look like. How do I protect the privacy of my data is always a really interesting part of a concern. So again, it's all about the trust side of things. So trusting who you're going to let your, who's going to actually be able to access your data is really important. So as per the last panel, you know, part of that sort of conversation was that when you're uploading, say, public domain data, you may be okay with that because it's all in the public domain. But when you start to get into data classified information, such as your internal documents or your secret documents, you'll have a lot more rigor and understanding of exactly how you want to use your data in both a meaningful way, but also in a protected way too. So, you know, you wouldn't necessarily go off and purchase a commercial, you know, let's say a publicly available model such as like ChatGPT, and then just start uploading all your data into it without actually understanding how they're going to be using your data as well. So there's definitely the privacy concerns, but also, for example, it's understanding how you could then use that information or the information that you provide, which does contain privacy data such as names, organisations. It might contain submissions from citizens, so it might contain citizen-centric information as well. And you could potentially use your models in a very bad way to understand, or use your models or threat actors might actually use your models in a way that you may not intend it to be used, but it's really important to understand that maybe certain parts of those contents that you're actually uploading are actually redacted for privacy purposes potentially as well. So we'll sort of have a look at those sort of areas when we look at that. So tackling accuracy concerns of AI. So when we look at this, we're talking about data quality and bias. So the first thing we need to do when we look at accuracy is make sure that whatever we put into the model and whatever we train the model with is actually of utmost highest quality. And that is really, really important because I've now worked with parliaments for about 20 plus years, and every single time I've seen a data migration or a data import or whatnot, there have been some reasonable data inaccuracies. That might be dates, that might be just missing information, which is actually really important from a context point of view as well. And I've never seen a data migration of a parliament data set, and to be honest with you, most corporate data sets as well. This is not just a parliamentary issue at all. Is that, you know, I think I was talking last night with some colleagues, etc., and, you know, by understanding where you could potentially use artificial intelligence in the future and what the possibilities are, you know, the more time you spend now on developing high quality data and checking your data now will actually have a massive flow-on effect in the future as well. So when you're then starting to use your data into LLMs and other things like that, and tagging those and classifying your data, which is again a really important part of a process, you'll actually have a far better result when we actually then look at putting that into your large language models and your, say, RAG-based systems as well. The other sort of area around that is to really, how do you then address historical bias and, you know, and what that could potentially introduce for certain LLMs. And again, I use that sort of example as I did earlier this morning, where historically, you know, things change over a period of time. So the way which we, say, treated people 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 100 years ago has evolved over time. So, but it's still historically correct, right? So everything historically correct, but that should not bias, say, your current viewpoint or the way which you want to then operate in the future. So I think those are areas where we can use strategies such as semantic searching or vectorization to really help address sort of historical biases and put weighting on certain metadata as an example to really help with bias as well. So you may still have all that data there, but you weight it differently. So you might actually say this is not as relevant in current days, but it's relevant for research as an example. So there are ways in which you can weight information in LLM models to really address historical bias, because what we do find as part of a testing process is that you might test with a very limited data set, but then when you implement a very large data set, you introduce different issues altogether. So taking into consideration your whole complete data set is really important when you're planning both data quality and bias, you know, in terms of artificial intelligence models. Model robustness is an interesting one. So, you know, develop models that perform well across diverse scenarios. And this is one of the reasons why we tend to go down the path of individual LLM modules and data sets and data points per specific use case. And, you know, you can have general LLMs as well, don't get me wrong, but we find that you have better accuracy and better result sets with data at the moment and artificial intelligence when you're actually tuning a model for and training a model for your specific use cases as well. So that's another interesting area to look at when you're looking at models as well. Regular testing against edge cases and rare events is really important when looking at any model. So when you're looking at testing it against edge cases, you're talking about really trying to break it, or, you know, if you're looking for very specific data, like as I sort of said in the previous conversation, one of the things we were sort of talking about was that really testing it is a really important part of the process, because, you know, certain models will be better for certain cases. So your GPT-4 or GPT-3.5 Turbo or your embedding models, as an example, depending on what your use cases are for those particular data sets as well. Transparency and explainability. So, you know, this comes back down to communications. So sometimes, well, quite a few times when you're actually then rolling out any new system, if you're not developing a communication plan with your relevant stakeholders, they're always going to be potentially fearful of change. And if you make sure that people understand how those results are derived, what the benefit of this artificial intelligence platform is, as an example, we can actually then increase the transparency, explainability, and then increase the overall adoption of those processes as well. So, you know, communication is really key to making sure that it is transparent, because if you understand the model, if you understand the data, you can increase known accuracy, and again, like technical accuracy versus perceived accuracy as well. So the way which, say, you use like Google or Bing or whatever search engine that you might be interested in, is probably very different to the way I would use it, or the way which I would talk to ChatGPT or a search bot is going to be very different. So perceived accuracy versus technical accuracy is one thing to be considerate of, because everyone will interact differently with just a blank text box, as an example. Continuous monitoring and updates. Models change frequently. It just seemed like about 3 months ago there was ChatGPT 4, now there's ChatGPT 4.0. And then soon, like in the next sort of 6 months, there's going to be probably ChatGPT 5 or 6 or who knows. So always making sure that, you're updating your models, training your models with relevant data. So when you're moving to a new model, do you need to then retrain it? Bloomberg, as an example, I think I mentioned this in a couple of presentations ago, where they spent, I think it was about $15 million training their data sets in GPT 3.5. And then they upgraded to GPT 4. And they found that their results just from an untrained model were very comparable to the previous model. So that just shows you the advancements in models and what you could potentially take advantage of as well. Monitoring performance and adapting to changing environments. I think one of the things you will need to do around that, around any model rollout, is really monitoring and evaluating the performance of it. So are people using it in the way you intended? Are there better ways to do things? A range of different metrics. So really establishing those sort of metrics up front, I think would be very valuable in terms of any AI rollout. So strategies to monitor and improve accuracy of AI. I think by default, with any AI adoption, it has, and with parliaments, with transparency, etc., and accuracy, it needs to be grounded. So the grounding concept is where you're training using only parliamentary data. So you're limiting that data to really only use the data which you're sending it, is really, really important from an overall accuracy point of view, because you have the likes of ChatGPT and all these other public models, etc., crawling the web for all this information. So that's how they're training their models, by crawling. So if you're going to rely on that, you might be relying on a source which is the news, or as Donald Trump likes to say, fake news as an example. So it's really about understanding that you want to ground your data into your model. And again, you can use your data to your own advantage to really enhance the model predictions as well. Incorporating domain-specific knowledge for more accurate results. So leveraging your own users to trial models, to understand, because the people who understand that data specifically in the domain are your end users. So get them involved early, get them involved in the testing, get them involved in accurate feedback. So what is their expectations of using their AI system as well, and what is that benefit? So they can feed into your communication plan as well. Like we always say, perform regular audits, testing as well. Identify, rectify inaccuracies. And it might be, how do you incorporate, as any part of a system, can you then flag this AI-generated content as being inaccurate? Can you develop something as part of a user interface to really provide quick and easy feedback to the technical team, as an example, to say, we believe this is inaccurate, can we please have a look at this as an example? So identifying how you can actually do that with feedback loops as an example is really important. Have testing protocols for validation and try to break your model to really understand, what the limits are. So most of the time, you would hope within 90% of the boundaries, you're using it within the known parameters, but there's definitely going to be scenarios which you may not have thought of yet until they're actually surfaced, and how you can actually then look at breaking your model to really understand that. So there are various sort of security mechanisms which you can then test, because even if you're presenting, or your artificial intelligence model as a chatbot as an example, there are very clever people out there who can try to break it and try to generate results which are not going to be the best look for a parliament. So that's going to affect your transparency. It's going to affect your trust as well from a citizen's point of view, because usually what will happen is that they'll go to the media, they'll go to the news and then say, listen, what we generated, this is what Parliament's now saying. You want to avoid that. So you want to try to break your model before you release it in general. So what would an example implementation of the RAG model actually look like for Parliament? Obviously, first of all, understanding your workflow and use cases is an important part of it. So understanding exactly, I think, how you want to make that work and what the workflow for that is. Is it going to be a chatbot? Is it going to be something which is automated, as an example? I think those sort of areas is understanding what the end users are going to be using as part of the AI process, which you're actually then implementing. Obviously, I think we've talked about the communication plan for stakeholders, so what's in it for me is really important. Preparing the data for the model is probably one of the most core things that it's probably the hardest part of it, but it's sometimes the most overlooked part as well. What we find, especially with pilots at the moment, is that people just start uploading content and see what the results are. So without actually then looking at, well, you know, have I actually reviewed and vetted this content as well? Now, there are certain I suppose, parts of Parliament which probably have a lot more rigour in terms of data quality than others, don't get me wrong. So, you know, usually transcription or other parts we know are usually verbatim, as an example, but, you know, there is always the risk of human error. So I think it's really important to understand that data cleaning is really important. And we all know within any environment, not just parliaments, you know, the amount of duplicated content which is there. So is this the right version of content? Is this the content which I want to feed into my AI model is really interesting, because the amount of, say, emails with Word documents attached, which one's the right version, which one's the wrong version, you know, is this the most current version? And then if you've then got 20 different documents floating around an email, which again, AI is run across all 20 documents, not knowing which one is the actual most current version, you've got an issue. So it's really about, I think, understanding what data that you're feeding into it and making sure that data is as clean as possible, but also metadata is applied to that content as well. One of the reasons why metadata is really important instead of just files being uploaded randomly is that you have the ability to pivot across those data sets and the metadata as well. So when I then want to look at, for example, what happened in question time last week, what happened over the last 3 years, or what happened over the last 10 years, you need metadata attached to all of that content to really clearly define what that actually looks like from an overall landscape point of view. So again, one of the mistakes we do see is that people just upload content randomly, well, not necessarily randomly, but they just upload content without context. And AI is a lot better with context. So looking at certain key metadata, so you like semantic searching or vectorization of those certain pivot points is really, I think, fundamental, but sometimes overlooked when you're actually looking at the implementation of AI in general. And then we look at, say, text normalization, tokenizing text, removing stop words, applying stemming lemonization where appropriate as well. So when I talk about that from a more, I suppose, high level, normalization is really breaking up content into individualized words. Tokenizing text and removing stop words, that's really about saying removing like generic words such as in or a or the, you know, as an example. So, you know, it's really about creating thesauruses and creating those sort of really logical sequences to train the content. Is one of those sort of really important parts around making the RAG model really work for your context. When we look at the language model, do you start with a pre-trained model such as GPT-4? And when I say GPT-4, we're not necessarily talking about ChatGPT here, by the way. We're talking about the underlying base model which ChatGPT uses as an example. So, it's sometimes better to just start with an existing model. So that might be through Hugging Face or Azure Open API, AWS SageMaker Open API as well. So it's really understanding like what models you're actually going to be using for what use case. And starting with a pre-trained model is obviously going to help you significantly in that sort of first step, which I think is really important. And then obviously creating a data set from a clean data, which you can then use to train the model. So that's really, I think, the next steps is around, you've got your data, you've got a model which you've decided, and then also where do you want to host it? Is it on-premise, is it on cloud? Are important decisions as part of this making process. So again, Hugging Face is an open source community where companies out there can actually upload their own models, and that could be text generation, it could be summarization, it could be translation, natural language. There's probably about, I don't know, probably about 50 or 60 different categories up there, which is really, really important. Again, Azure Open API is an Azure-like cloud service. AWS is a cloud service, and then you've even got things called model as a service these days. So making a decision on those parts is important to the overall implementation in terms of how you want to actually get that as well. Tuning the model. So, like, how do we actually then tune a model? Like, because we always talk about you need to train your models, etc. And it's actually not that hard. It just takes time and effort to actually do it. So, again, user tokenizer that is compatible with the pre-trained model. So, the tokenizer is really about your inputs and your outputs. So, here's my expected input, which is tokenized, and then here's my expected output, which it should be able to generate. Training the model using supervised techniques to ensure that it really understands the context of parliamentary work. So when we say supervised, we're talking about the concept of really having a series of, pre-contained, say, if you're using a chatbot, you would supervise the training of that model. Say, here is like, generate me a bill on this particular healthcare topic as an example. And because you've already got a healthcare bill as an example, you might say, well, here is an example of what I wanted to generate, right? So it's something which is already generated, but you provide some of the entry points into what it should be able to generate. So there are ways which you can really use that training model to create those sort of supervised techniques as well. We highly do recommend leveraging what we call semantic search and vector indexing. Semantic search is a technique that really improves the retrieval of information by understanding the meaning and context of a query rather than relying solely on keyword matching. So the traditional approach of free text query or free text searching, this really takes it to the next level. But semantic search does require a bit of setup and configuration in terms of metadata. So without metadata applied to your search index as an example, semantic search is not really going to wow you. So it's an important part to actually look at applying the correct metadata to your search indexes if you want to apply those to artificial intelligence. And vector indexing is really a method used to organize and search large collections of embeddings efficiently. So a vector index is really about creation of an index, which is an easy way for the AI to link information together in a very basic way without going into mathematical, and I'm not a mathematician, so I won't be able to explain it in a large amount of depth, but a vector index is really what we call like a binary representation for search to use and link content together across what I call really large data sets. We're talking millions of records and whatnot. So that's a really important part, I think, as part of the implementation of a RAG model. So again, some sample resources, which people may or may not be aware of. So again, these are all, we've got open source and we've got what I call closed sourced options available to you. Huggingface.co is really like a really good open source community. There is another one as well called Eleuther AI, which you may or may not be aware of. They also do really good research papers as well. So there's actually a lot of good papers to actually download and read around Eleuther. Azure OpenAI, if you're looking for like what I call some of the more bigger cloud offerings, we've got quite a lot of experience around Azure OpenAI and how that can actually work. So that will actually then tie into existing document sets. That will also tie into Azure Cognitive Search as an example, and that will use a semantic and vector-based indexing to really enhance and ground your data around that. AWS SageMaker as an example would be another one, so if you use AWS. And then there's also OpenAI, which is the OpenAI equivalent, which is your model as a service. And each of those has pros, cons, and benefits. And it really depends on what risks your organisation is willing to take, and also what are the constraints and what are the opportunities that you're willing to explore as well. If it's just on-premise as an example, you may actually have to purchase quite a lot of, I suppose, upgraded hardware to cater for some of the search queries as an example. So, there's pros of benefits in terms of leveraging what I call the mass hyperscale of cloud, versus say you then having to invest in local infrastructure to support GPU-based AI services as well. From a technical perspective, some of the languages we're looking at, Python is very heavily used in the ML, which is for machine learning, and definitely on the AI model side of things. So if you're looking at a lot of examples, Python, so from a technical skills point of view, Python is definitely one of those. Node.js is another one. If you want to go really low level, you talk about C++ or C# can leverage that as well. R is another language as well, and Java. So depending on what those sort of capabilities are within the organisation, you would tend to look at those sort of from a technical perspective. I've also put in 2 links in here around fairness and bias mitigation. So the first one's actually AIF 360, which is all around fairness. So it's actually developed by IBM. So they actually host all their public repositories of information around artificial intelligence fairness testing. So how do you actually test for fairness? As I think Michelle was saying, or in the panel was actually saying that developing a neutral solution is hard sometimes. So you have to test for fairness potentially of that AI model against all types of different scenarios. So fairlearn.org is a really good resource as well. AIF 360 is a really good resource to understand really, I think, how to leverage a model, but also then test it for trust, for fairness as well, for bias mitigation. So there are some really good open source toolings out there and frameworks which you can then use as part of that process. So that sort of concludes my 40 minutes presentation. So, and I'd like to sort of open it up. I've got, if you'd like to see, I've got 2 examples of a potential RAG solution as well, if you'd like to see those. So what I'll do is, before we get into questions and answers, I will just show just some examples of how we've sort of implemented this for other particular parliaments. So this is an example for a procedural side of things. So this is an example of, like, you're in the chamber and you go, well, how do I censure a member? Or you could say, well, what is this precedent, or what is that precedent as an example? And then this can actually then say, well, actually, this is the current process, and this is actually then how we can actually do it. So if this happens, then what do you actually then have to do as well? So there are ways which we can actually then do this from a procedural side of things, just as an overall example. And we can then provide citations to those particular procedures as well. So if you then want to dive into, the first citation, third citation, you can then citate and then go to the original source content as well. An example of this within transcripts, what happened in the last question time, or summarise the last question time. This can actually then look at the last question time and then give you a very, very quick summary. So, these are potential options available for you to give you a bit more context around that as well. So, yeah, just food for thought around that as well. So, with that in mind, I think we've got about 10 minutes left. So, I'd like to open it up into questions. Hopefully none, but...
Luis?
You can start me off, Louis. So.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for this very insightful presentation. A colleague, I'm not mentioning names because he doesn't want to appear, mentioned during the presentation that the importance of having a high-quality data set that you use on the model, because the resources that you would not spend on qualifying the data set, you would spend later on trying to adequate it. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, on ensuring a high-quality data set before actually starting the implementation of AI, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think you've got two parts to developing a high-quality data set. One is the content. So let's say we look at a document or a bill or a legislation as an example, and we would know that the legislation should be accurate. So we could have a high probability to know that that would be an acceptable part of a high-quality data set as an example. However, what we would then recommend is then supplementing that data with additional metadata. So whether you could actually then use AI to extract metadata, that could be another option. So you have various tool sets to really, I think, help drive that quality perspective. When you start to then dive into what I call more unstructured content, so it might be briefing notes, it might be it might be other areas which are supplemental to the process. That's when we're starting to look at, well, do they add value to the data set? Do they add, what's the purpose of that information being part of the training process? So I think you can look at it from and listen, it is really hard when you have got data which is spanning back to the 1800s. You're not going to necessarily spend a significant amount of money to review content which was said, back in the 1800s. So what you may want to do is potentially separate out, say, historical content from current content, as an example. And that's one of the strategies we've done in the past, where we might have an LLM for researchers, which is containing a large amount and a long amount of data as well. But then you might focus around your data quality points, specifically around the current Parliament or the current Parliament -1. So that's another strategy as well, which we've seen employed in the past. So you may focus your RAG generation around content which is more relevant and current, and focus your data quality cleansing and your information around that, rather than spending all that time, say, cleansing all your data to 1970. So again, you can do it in a staged approach to help with budget and costs and time.
Hi, Jonathan.
Oh.
Christopher Henry, House of Commons of Canada. Wonderful presentation. One of the first questions I'll ask, I think a lot of colleagues would share the sentiment, is the classic build versus buy. When we're looking at these opportunities, and you provided a wealth of information on how to build and nurture and care for a model that delivers value. For many of us, we're not in the business or wanting to continue building. Are you seeing, in terms of the market, more vendors, more opportunities of tools for RAG, retrieval augmented generation, where parliaments can consume these services, these tools, leverage their services to assist us with that? Or are we kind of, because it's early days, if we want to get into that, are we forced to build because they're not there yet? Where do you see that roadmap?
So actually, I'll try to answer this in a short period of time, as it's a really good question. Build versus buy. If you are going down the buy route, whoever you interact with, you need to make sure that they're transparent, they're accountable, and they're not going to use your data in ways which you don't want them to. Those are my key underlying principles around that. So, like, even if you're going to roll out Microsoft Copilot, as an example, you need to have evidence from them to say, this is what models we're using, this is how we're using your data, and this is how we're segmenting your data from every other customer, which we're also using as well. What we're finding and what we're seeing in the market is that there are a lot of what I call cowboys out there. And everyone wants to spruik, they've now got AI, and they've now got RAG, they've now got this really new nifty feature. But if you look at some of the recent news articles as an example, there's again, I won't name certain vendors as a specific one on this one, but where if you read the fine print of their terms of service, your data is being used to mine and to train their models for every other customer, as an example. So the build versus buy conversation is really about how do you do a risk assessment on your purchaser, like as in your third party, because they're effectively then a third party supplier from, from Parliament's point of view. So do you then follow a third party process and a risk management process around that as well? So you need to have evidence of what model they're using. You need to have evidence of, are they using that in an ethical way, which also conforms to your standards as well, because they may not be, or they may not have even thought about it, which is another interesting point. So, because they just want to sell a product, right? Whereas they're not taking into consideration everything which is underlying in principle to a parliament. They're just interested in a technical solution, not necessarily a ongoing solution which will fit the needs for the parliament. But it doesn't stop you, there are ways to still use those services and bootstrap your process, like Azure Open API or AWS SageMaker as an example. But you've got a lot further in the process to bootstrap yourself, as an example, than what you are to, say, download something and start creating something in Python if you have no experience in that, previously. Sorry. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, Ludovic Delépine from European Parliament. It's also to complement the question that was made before. You've got code, low code, no code, and it's also related to the maturity of the domain. So I totally agree with what you mentioned. Excellent presentation. It will ease mine this afternoon. And when you have to build a RAG system, you will have to prepare the data. It was clearly mentioned this morning. So this is a data pipeline that you have to build, and this one could be in no code almost. It could be visually designed, so it's pretty easy. And then you've got the prompt system. And for the prompt system, the maturity is not yet there. So you may have to build a little bit of code to understand how the prompt is built, to understand how to interact with your context, because in fact the elements that will be retrieved and sent to the large language model will be a context. There you may have still to code. So it's not one side or the other. It's not buy versus build. It's service integration with no code, and within the service integration sometimes we will have low code. It's not real coding as we've seen in the past, but it's more low code. So it's more about this approach. It's not buy versus build in this domain yet. So I just wanted to say thank you. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more?
Yep.
Buenos días, muy buena presentación.
Good morning.
Soy Esteban Sánchez de la Cámara de Diputados.
My name is Esteban Sanchez. I'm from the Chamber of
local.
Deputies. I'm a local. My name is Esteban. I'm from the Chamber of Deputies, and I would like to ask that one of the fears that users have, one of the biggest fears that users have in regards to generative models are bias and hallucinations, I would like to say. I would like to ask two questions. Are there specifically trained models for the parliamentary area that can reduce these fears? And in general, is there a strategy that will help technicians and users to detect these hallucinations or biases in order to correct them? Especially when you are hiring a service that you are unable to retrain the model or modify the parameters. So I just wanted to ask if you have an experience, a strategy that we may consider in order to make this decision, whether we hire, whether we build, or we train a model.
Really good question. I think in terms of the bias and the hallucinations, I think if we look at, there are certain, say for example, services out there. So if you were to, like with any sort of implementation or any sort of technical implementation, you have to understand, I suppose, the limits of that sort of buy versus, build option as an example. So obviously, if you were to build everything on premise, you'd have a lot more flexibility in terms of what you could do with it and train, etc. However, there are definitely some services out there which you can train using your own data. You can also mitigate some of those sort of hallucinations by tuning thresholds. Do you want it to be more creative or do you want it to be more strict, as an example? So there are definitely a lot of different, I suppose, tuning options available for the majority of what I call the larger cloud providers or large service providers. And they understand that, those are potential risks, and everyone is very, I suppose, different in terms of how their implementation may look. One of the things I would do as part of an evaluation process when I look at the models out there and the services out there is actually test the model. So using the sort of like the resources which I sort of put up there, which is like the fairness test, or the fairness test will actually then look at bias and will actually look at, well, what would be my expected result in this particular scenario? So you can run certain prompts through it, and it will determine whether it's actually biasing a certain option or another option, which is really quite interesting. So there are actually a lot of good open source resources to test models as is, which is around that side of things. The hallucinations are a little bit more tricky to both detect, but the detection side I've always sort of seen is you need to, if you're providing context to what you've generated and you're also providing citations to the source content, that is a way that unfortunately sometimes you need a human to actually pick that up. You can then retrain the model using a more correct method, as an example. So I think there are certain ways which, certain things would have to be human flagged versus automated, as an example. Yeah. Excellent. Sorry, I think we're just out of time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this was a very enriching morning for everyone. Thank you very much for all the presentations, all the questions, and now we invite you to have a break, a lunch break, and we will be back at 2:30 p.m. with technology speech-to-text recognition panel. Please do not forget to leave your device at the entrance. Thank you very much. See you after lunch.
I think that everyone has arrived from the lunch break.
We are about to start, so please sit down, take a seat. Welcome back. Please take a seat. We hope that you have a good lunch. We're going to give you a couple of minutes, please. And now we're going to continue sharing here with the AI. Please do not forget to take advantage of the panels and ask questions about the things that you have doubts. Now it's time to introduce speech-to-text technologies in parliaments. The presentation is from Atos Sachs from the Parliament of Estonia.
After this lunchtime, I think it will be very hard to focus on me, but let's do our best. Anyway, in this exact time at my country, I have to go sleep, so I start coaching some lambs of getting sleep in this particular time, usually, and it's also not very easy to me. But anyway, let's see what I try to say something. First, when I go to the AI use in Riigikogu, I take some time and I'll just talk about my country, a few slides, and then also make some slides about our digitalization in Parliament. So I'm coming from Europe. It's a little country in the northern Europe, so it's quite small. Its area is only 45,000 square kilometers. Our average temperature is 6.7. Actually, yes, it's rising now. Some larger known problems. But anyway, and we only have 1.3 million inhabitants, so I think it's very, very little number. So, and about a few facts about Estonia. So, Estonia is the only country in the world where 99% of public sector services are accessible online 24/7. So right now is only the marriage and the divorce are conducted not online. For these two things, you need a physical signature of agreeing parties and a public notary to confirm that you are not making this kind of decisions under duress. But it's also a point to that all things before this final signature can do in online environment. So just a minor hurdle in the finalist signature. So nearly everyone in the Estonian 1.3 million citizens has an ID card. It's mandatory, and the passport is actually additional paper if you really need to go abroad. And abroad, I mean outside of the EU. And within the EU, we just can use our ID card. Almost everyone has some kind of additional ID identification. So actually I use a mobile ID, and many of ours additional use some kind of smart ID. So beside the ID card, but it's also mandatory, we can also use a different kind of application for identify in the electronic environment. So 100% of schools use in e-school solutions. There are not just one e-school solution, it's many. 99% of banking, different kind of actions are done in online. And very pleased is that the tax declaration in every year is just taking for me a few minutes only. Everything is already pre-filled, and I have to just look and maybe check some data. And around 97% of taxpayers prefer to fill declaration in online. So in 2005 was the first year when was introduced this internet voting in a national-wide elections. This was a groundbreaking because voting is still one of a kind, and it's used only in Estonia so far, I think. And the first parliament elections were in 2007, and in that time only 5.5% of voters give their vote by internet. So particularly I really like that in last year, in 2023, was a very remarkable year for us. And more than 51% of voters choose to give the vote through the internet. So this was a very remarkable number. Maybe in the next parliamentary voting it will rise. We don't know, but anyway, that is a remarkable year for us. In this year was voted the EU Parliament members, and it was 41.5% choose to vote in the internet environment. So a little bit less, but anyway, it's also quite high number. I'm going back to the year 2012. It was very important year for us when we started working with the new draft law procedural information system, where it's possible to do everything in digital and paperlessly. So the electronic identity was a part used before in that system, but most signature was still done on paper by that time. And the chairman of the parliament at the time also supported this digital signing. Also, it was possible to exchange documents with all our government section in electronic way. Thanks to the electronic data exchange environment acts role, I would like to point out that the majority of used paperless, but it's still possible to use a paper if necessary. So member of parliament can choose, does he like the more electronic documents or the paper? And we introduced the system in 2012 and to everyone. So this is not for only the parliamentarians or the clerks, but it's the same system for both for us. Also in 2012, we started working with a new parliamentary voting system, which was made according to our procedures and supported 100% of the work in the parliament. The system was even more automatic and supported 100% of parliamentary actions. So, and using even more data, which was already prepared in the parliament hall plan, like a whole plan, users, agenda items, different kinds of speakers. Also an automatic new HD capital camera system was started working. In most cases, the person does not interfere with this work, and the camera is working only in the automatic way. 2016, we actually moved from the electronic documents to the e-invoice. And before that, in 2012, we moved from the paper invoices to electronic documents invoices. So it means that it was sent the majority of the invoices by the email, but in PDF format, but we get rid of this paper thing then. And 2019, invoices to the public sector can only send by e-invoices. So e-invoice means that it is electronic data moving in an electronic environment. It's not use paper or any electronic document at all. It's just electronic data. 2017 for us was also very important year. We started serving our open data. It was open 2017, the first test site. And for 2019, it was in production. And 2023, in February, the Minister of Economic Affairs and Communication announced that the competition to recognize this year best contributors to the field of the open data in the category of best recycle of the open data. The Estonian Cooperation Assembly project Rahvaalgatus was nominated, where the citizen can make proposals to our parliament, and the citizen initiative portal Rahvaalgatus enables to write proposals, hold discussions, compose and send digitally signed collective addresses to the Estonian Parliament in electronic way. 2020, I think we all were involved this kind of new thing, right? Remote working. And from this year, actually, the committee meetings started working in online, and they're still working on hybrid mode, and committee can decide whether they, how they, or where they can meet, and still they are making sometimes hybrid meetings. Plenary sessions was a bit different case, because first we needed to change our law. It was prohibited to use any environment beside our castle. So, and after we changed quickly the law, we was able to work online also with the plenary sessions. And unfortunately, it's not used anymore. So it's only allowed to use where some very special occasion may happen. So, as I said previously, that we started our automated sound recording or text-to-speech solution in 2020 autumn. It was actually a remarkable year, and also this new environment served us that we could work at home. So actually, so it's no different where you are in Parliament or at home, you can make these transcriptions from everywhere in the world. And with this new system, that's actually embodies a complete workflow of information processing, starting with the sound recording in the plenary hall and ending with the publication, the text format on the home page of the Riigikogu. So actually, we basically digitized 4 people. We gave the stenographer's job to the computer. So actually, we do not have any stenographers in our premise. And now it's also introduced this environment to committees, and some of the committees are using for helping them to create the committee minutes. And during the COVID time, yes, this new system helped us survive. How we get there? Actually, we started this project around 2017, and before that, we were aware how this text-to-speech recognition model was working by that time. It was actually not so good. We made some tests in 2014, 15, and this time this model that we tested was actually, let's say, bad. It made the correctness was around 60% only, and when we tested, the stenographers said that fixing this 40% of this made text took more time than we can just starting from the scratch. But with the new model, what was developed Estonian Technical University, we made also some new tests, and the test shows that we can improve this model when we do the additional training. And actually, the promise was that the correctness will be more than 90%, and the correctness when identify the users or speakers will be around 95%. So this was the breaking point for us. That is in very good conditions. Of course, it's make some mistakes today as well. But anyway, this fixing a few percent of this text is not anymore so huge work. So the new system was called HANS, and it used the speech recognition to perform the time-consuming work of the stenographers. Speech recognition technology was just one important piece of this system, and was created by the Tallinn University Technology, as I said. And HANS records debates taking place in the Riigikogu as a sound files, which the speech recognition software then transcribes. After this, the editor revised the text, which is finally published on the Riigikogu website. So now is the look how this main view is from the users. So our language model has been trained on more than 2,000 hours of recordings and transcripts of the parliamentary sessions. And also we use the offline possibility mode that offers more processing time to speech recognition and makes it better quality. So yeah, as I say, the error rate is around 10% on the text and 5% detecting the people. And what is the goal? It is sometimes less, it's sometimes more. It depends very much about the speakers. It depends on environment, it depends on back noise, it depends, of course, it's recording quality, and recording quality should be high as possible. And of course, it spends many much things. So human error is a little bit more forgiving. So, but as we try to make research what is causing sometimes some errors, then it was sometimes that even the human couldn't understand what it was speaking. So that if many MPs speaking at the same time, then it's very hard to understand what is said at all. And in addition, these 5 errors also must be corrected somehow. We use this for the human labor editors. They will just go quickly correct and errors, and the text will be published on the website. So, and also, as I said before, the time to time is needed to update our language model, as we train language all the time when nobody knows the word COVID. Then also our ISR at the beginning did not knew that word, and we trained it a little bit later time. And of course, we also added some new words that was invented in recent years. In that window, actually, can do a lot of things. It's equipped with text editor where you can use only this kind of things that is necessary to do. It's very additional, but it's not necessary make this colorful text or something else. It's removed from the text editor. We can split the text. We can make one text from many other texts. We can change the speaker. We can add speaker. We can delete speaker. We can even listen everything over and over and make corrections as many as we need. There's also introduced in last year new thing, new feature that we can introduce new speakers to the system. For introducing a new speaker, it's just need some, let's say, 40 seconds of the good quality speak, and we just adding them correct name and send this kind of slice and additional text to the back to the language model. And after some times, the next time when this new speaker will be speaking in the plenary hall, it was already identified. We used this feature in last year when we had elections, and let's say around 30% of the MPs was changed, and it worked very well. With the same environment, also is possible to correct links to the YouTube, because we use many links, like who is right now speaking, what is in agenda items, and we put links to the website where you can just scroll recordings in the YouTube and start looking from special agenda item if you really need to do that. So after the editors makes first corrections, then the text will be shown up on the website. It's around 15-20 minutes later. We are not sending the text directly from the speech-to-text system to the website. It will be always corrected firstly. And around 1 hour after the ending of the session, all the stenogram should be already visible on the website on full length. So it's quite quick thing to do. Is it necessary or not? But this is our way to do this kind of thing. And of course, there is also possibility to make additional corrections, but it usually will made in the next week or week after that. And the editors revise this already published text once again, make some additional adjustments there or correctness, something correct additional, but this is will be next version of this text. We also keeping this firstly corrected text for ourselves. After that, if we need in the future to make additional training, some new model, then we have this kind of material already in our premise. As I said also before, we're also showing the stenographs as an open data. So everyone who wants to, let's say, build some other things on top of that, they can use it. And actually, the main biggest customer of our open data is our own website, because they use exactly the same services, exactly the same data sets, and it's biggest user of our open data. There is, let's say, it's not very technical picture, but this data diagram, how our data is moving from different kind of systems to the HANS. So it's very simplified, I hope. And it's starting from the plenary hall, where is produced all the audio sounds, and it's sent to the audio recording server, which is make recordings, and it makes slices, 10-minute slices. But then it sends through HANS system to the transcriber server. Then transcriber server make from 10 minutes recordings transcribed text and send it back to the HANS, and then HANS is gluing it together in one text and adding some speakers there from document management system. It's adding votes as additional information from the voting system, and also it's dealing with users from the Active Directory. So everything is very reconnected with each other. It's very automated for us, and it's working well. When the plenary hall started recording, then everything else is just in automated, and it will be finished when publishing all the material in our website. So yeah, we basically digitize 4 people, and we also introduce the system to our committees, and they have opportunity to use this system, and it's helping them to create committee minutes. And speech recognition use AI, as we told before, and actually now we have 2 similar business cases more. In 2021, actually we started similar system and started using AI-generated automatic subtitles, what is quite similar technology, and we integrated it into our remote plenary system, so what we used during the COVID time. And from the beginning 2022, we integrated it onto our YouTube system, because YouTube does not support so far Estonian language in creating subtitling. And the same technology is also used in Estonian national television and has been integrated into many live broadcasts and live news since 1st of March 2022. There's a screen how it looks like in a remote plenary session, remote plenary system, in plenary system. So, and there's subtitles in the YouTube channel. So AI may make this kind of real-time subtitling, and it's making lots of mistakes. Actually, The correctness is around 70, 60. It's where it depends on different kind of things, but it's making more mistakes. And we have made also this disclaimer on the YouTube website that we are not responsible about what the subtitles is written there. So, and if you need some correct data, then just go to the ordinary website and you can find all the transcripts from there. Now, actually, we also are finishing our large language model. It uses GPT model, and the latest for now is 4 Turbo. We have filled or, let's say, trained in many different kind of data sets. This kind of tool is not really introduced to anyone else in our parliament. You may be the first one, and it will be introduced during the summer or by the end summer, and it's quite interesting. So, as I said before, that we are not aware, is it good enough? Can we somehow benefit from it, or is it just a toy for us, or a place for using GPT own functionality? But we'll see. Maybe we will make some additional training, maybe some additional adjustments. We don't know. This is quite new for us, and we can make everything what we want. As I said, also that we are only using open data for training that one. So we are not owning the source code. The source code is from else. It's stored also in the cloud. What is happening in the cloud with our data, we are not 100% sure. So it is. And for searching everything what is in the mind, we can choose on the left side which model we can use, which data set we can use, how much data it will be give us back in a result of search. So we'll see. Maybe next time I can show more something from that or something new about this new toy for us. Actually, this is a picture. I use it on ChatGPT, and it was produced from the DALL-E application. I just asked it, so please draw the picture AI in Parliament. So this is the result. It's not mine, it's from the DALL-E. So how this is our, look, this is our future. In Estonia. Actually, it's in a parliament. In parliament member, they are also very same as everybody in the parliament. It's not special. We are still human. So we are also use a whole lot of paper and everything else. There is more who are keen to use everything in digital toys and gadgets. So and there's also people who do not want to use that things. But yeah, hopefully it will be never true such a kind of picture. So I think I have finished now. So we have plenty of time to make some questions. So I'm just a one big air. Thank you.
¿Alguien que quiera hacer pregunta, que levante por favor la mano?
Anyone has a question? Yes, here? Okay, we're going to start from here. Okay.
My name is Andres Galvano from the Chamber of Deputies of Brazil. I would like to know that if it's in Estonia, both the registry in the plenary room, are they done online? Are these reviews done online when they are kept, when you present the information to the public, or only reviews are carried out at the end when you publish and upload this information online?
Actually,
en realidad,
the text which is coming from the plenary session,
el texto que viene de las sesiones
so
plenarias
little time when we put it
se
online,
muestra un poco
so
en
MPs
tiempo
could
real.
not review it in the first
Los
time.
miembros
Yes,
del
they
Parlamento no
can
lo pueden
have
revisar
some
al
kind of
mismo tiempo.
opportunity to
Sí,
make
hay algún
some additions,
momento para
but,
entregar más
after
adiciones.
that it's published, but it's not
Después de que
necessary to
los
do
datos
anymore. So
están
actually we have recordings
publicados,
from the video,
tenemos
audio,
grabaciones,
everywhere, so you
audio,
can
videos,
take your words back if you say
pero no
something
puedes,
on the
por
plenary.
ejemplo, no se puede
It's not
retractar de lo que he dicho.
common anymore.
Ya no es tan común como
That you
sucedía
change
antes, de que
your
se cambie,
text after
de que
the
se cambie
plenary
el
session.
texto después de las sesiones plenarias.
Documentação. Ele é publicado para o público.
Is this published for the general public with a remark that there's no review from the speaker when you publish the text and it's published online? Is there an observation, a remark, or a comment? Or does this comment include future reviews to come?
Almost strictly to the website on the publish. So no speaker is reviewing all the text, no MPs is reviewing. But yes, MP can have opportunity after that make some correction. But it's used very, very rarely now because you can't change what you have said already. So I know something happened that you say something and you maybe don't mean it, but this is already recorded. It's everywhere. And just deleting this word or let's say sentences or just one word from the transcripts is not wise to do it. Yes, the opportunity is, but it's very rarely used now.
Ahí atrás hay otra consulta.
In the back,
Yo
do
voy
we
a
have
ver
any
si se puede
questions?
colocar de
I would
pie.
like to ask you to stand up in order to see you better because we're online. Well, I come from the Rio Grande del Norte of the north of Brazil. I would like to know if all the group of text coming from this transcription, do they serve as a basis for research? So, for example, a member of the public would like to research information obtained from the plenary room. Also, I would like to say that I heard that COVID wasn't a word recognized by the system. And you had to include it, and then you carried out some tests. But what is an unrecognized word? Because when I published a word, the word is going to be covered throughout the text. Why did it need to recognize what it meant? Is it rejected when it doesn't recognize a single word, or it allows to include this word into the system that is a foreign word? And that's what I couldn't understand, if this word is rejected. And the first question is, this group of texts that come from the parliament, can they be researched in order to refer to the plenary session? Is this text available for research?
After that, we made additional training, and the system knows now that what is the COVID word is. If the system does not understand the word, let's say something, it could maybe use some very strange words. It just leave some space. Or it makes some mistakes. Sometimes, yes, if it's used some kind of very new word, then it's made guessing. So just what is the closest sounds like that word. So. But this is mistakes. And all the mistakes, as I said, is fixed by the editors. Before it's a fire alarm? No. So all the mistakes will be corrected by the editors. So in the website are not, it's not so much errors anymore. So when we started them, it's COVID word, the system didn't understand it, and all the editors just manually added this word to the transcript. So.
A segunda.
No, segunda, falta una pregunta más que contestar. Sí.
Segunda foi que se
And the second question that I had was that this database obtained from the transcript that you obtain from a determined parliamentary session, can that be accessed by the public in order for them to search and carry out a search of the words in order to obtain information from those sessions?
Published on the website. Everyone can search from this text, and all the transcripts are published as open data. So you can make some interconnection to our open data portal. So it's for everyone.
Tá, okay. Boa tarde. Sou Jonas Gomes, São Paulo, Brasil, da Câmara de São Paulo.
From São Paulo, Brazil, we want you to explain how do you divide the speakers in the audio? How do you make a difference between who is talking to and which one? How do you identify which person says what? The data, the biometric of the people, in order to make that kind of identification about who was talking. Do you keep that data? Do you update that data once there is new people in the parliament? How can you explain a little bit that idea?
So around 200 plus different kind of person can recognize every MPs, can recognize all the ministers, prime minister, and all the other users, or let's say guests who is very frequently visiting our parliament. And it is done like that. If I start speaking on a plenary hall, then the system recognizes me, and it's just take this name outside, and from that, from my name, let's say, it will be my text after what they're saying, and make this transcription on online. So this is one thing. We also combine the data from the voting system, because when I have to, when I start speaking, then I just press the button, like that here in the microphone. Then this also we're collecting this data, which is sometimes more accurately, and putting some time label, and we can just combine different data from the different systems, and we have some kind of correctness order where and when who is speaking. So this is done by hand system. And editors, if they saw something what is not unlikable, they can change the speakers, they can correct the speakers, but mine, they are not correcting them. If something happened, or even, let's say, new guest for our parliament is speaking in the hall, then yes, the system doesn't recognize it, just put some kind of label on the user 123 is name, and our editors make those corrections and put the correct name there.
Só uma última. Então, cada speaker, cada pessoa que fala de um microfone diferente.
So, does the user speak from different microphones? The system separates speakers on their own. For example, if they are using the voting system, they are identified directly through the button?
It has its own seat on the plenary hall. Every MP has own microphone, or MP has own voting system. And if you are speaking from that position, it belongs always to you. Of course, we can change the seats, and then it's just just arrangements. So, but if you are sitting somewhere, it's definitely just a place for you. We have some problems with speaker right now, because a speaker has opportunity to involve every time without pushing something. You can, let's say, be a little bit quieter, so, or a speaker can make also some additional whatever he wants to do that in a plenary hall. Then if the system mix some kind of, because if he can't understand who is right now speaking, if the speaker is just make intervention in the additional speaker, so it makes some errors now. I'm not sure it doesn't. I was very clear, but we can clarify it in the break, I think.
Hay una pregunta más, ¿te puedes colocar por favor?
Do you have any additional questions? You can start.
First, great amount of work that you're demonstrating here, so I want to say excellent work. And the question is on the timeline slide that you had. A few years back, you had talked about 50 AI use cases, and then you moved forward to Hans. Can you go into a little bit more color of what was the internal discussion like to select from those 50 use cases? And were there, challenges to the selection or obstacles? How did you deal with that internally?
No, actually, before Hans, we had some kind of similar system for make the transcribing from the plenary. But it was old, and it stuck somewhere in very old version of the Chrome. So actually we had some technical reason, but we have to change it. So that was the one thing. Then also all the stenographers who worked for us were very elderly ladies. They all was already many years ago in retirement, so actually there was some kind of risks. So in one day they are just not going to work, and we do not have any younger who wants to make such a boring work like transcribing. We had some kind of younger people also many years, so in every year. So they come from us, they work a few months maybe a little bit more, and they move away as fast as they could. So we did not have any backups for them. So, and we just started looking, is it automate the text-to-speech model good enough? And when we started in 2017, this kind of testing, it shows up that it was good enough to take it into use. So we had, we have own reasons what we move in that way.
Augusto Carlos Viveiros, Assembleia Legislativa do Estado do Rio Grande do Norte, Brasil.
My name is Mr. Riveros. I come from the northern region of Brazil. How much was invested? How much did you spend up to date in order to achieve this phase? Do you have an idea of how much money was invested?
Actually, we invested in that system 400,000 euros. 400,000. It's not let's say, I don't know, for the European Parliament it's a pocket money. For me, is it? For me, it's a huge money, and it took 2 years. We made some procurement, started, and let's say in year and a half it was actually ready, and we took additional 6 months for testing this system. We tested, make some adjustments. Of course, there is some kind of mistakes and errors came out, but yeah, 2 years took this kind of project. So it's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Ya estamos en el tiempo.
So we are about time, yes? Thank you very much. Your participation at COSACs, that it's make us very clear that modernization is something that needs an important budget. So let's continue with this seminar. In the Parliament, that is being organized by the Chamber of Deputies of Chile in collaboration con Buslatec. We hope that you're enjoying these sessions and that you are recognizing what you can get from these presentations. And we can see that from all the questions that you are being asking. We are being broadcast by the channel of the Chamber of the Deputies of the National Congress of Chile, also by YouTube. If you have any question about our agenda, the pictures, and all the information related to this panel, you can find it in www.camara.cl. So our next speaker, again, please feel free to ask your questions. So our next panel, it's about retrieval augmented generation. It's going to be presented by the Chief of the European Parliament, Mr. Ludovic Delepin. If you have questions, please stand up so we can have a better image from the television channel, please.
To have the presentation in Spanish, at least. So thanks a lot for your invitation, and I'm extremely glad to have a presentation which is just after Jonathan from Australia this morning, because what I will talk about is exactly what is shown this morning. So all the points he described this morning, all the characteristics, all the things that have to be done, you will find them in the presentation. And if I do not mention them, please just say it, because it's completely aligned with what was mentioned this morning by Jonathan. So I will have to put in practice what we did in the European Parliament, mainly in the archives of the European Parliament, to develop a generative AI system, which is a retrieval augmented generation. So what are the archives from the European Parliament? We have all the documents from 1952. So it's a pretty recent institution compared to some national parliaments, which have documents which are largely older than the one that we have. But we started in 1952. So we have all documents, all official documents in our archives, and this corresponds to something like 5 linear kilometers of papers and to a little bit more of a terabyte from documents in digital format. This one is currently increasing largely because now we came in a digital world, and we have more and more documents which are delivered digitally and less in paper. We currently share our storage in 2 parts. One part is the historical archive of the European Union in Florence, and the other part is in the European Parliament and located in Luxembourg. We started to work in artificial intelligence in 2021. We had a first generation that was related to a chatbot. So basically, it was trying to answer very simple questions when you had to answer to very precise questions. And the model that we implemented is more or less like you want to reserve a seat in a train or in an airplane. So you want to go from a place to a place, you want to have a certain category, you would like to see in a certain place. So it narrows down very rapidly to a few number of documents. And this was the principle of the chatbot. You could access documents based on basic requests, but the issue was that we have a lot of documents. It's several million of documents. So narrowing down to a few number of possible candidates documents is sometimes very hard. So when you were looking for something very specific, it could work, but otherwise it was not working. Moreover, this was one of the first generation in artificial intelligence, and you had to train for each of the topics with a certain number of sentences, how this was possible to be mentioned by people. So for each of the indents that we were identifying, we had to give at least 30 different ways to express the same thing, resulting in thousands of candidates of sentences. So it was extremely huge and very difficult to manage. So this system was only deployed internally inside the Parliament to have a first step on how we could support the approach of artificial intelligence and searching into historical data. We then move a second step in 2022, and there we decided to move to a more semantic analysis of the content of the document. And this one, okay, there is a huge variety of possibilities in research. Sometimes you want to class documents which are similar, close to the other one. Sometimes you want to look for documents that share a common thematics. Sometimes you want to look for a document based on a reference or an oral intervention based on the name of the member. So there's a huge variety of search. It's very difficult to anticipate which one will be used by a person. Say, okay, let's create a dashboard and propose all of the search possibilities so that everybody can take the one in which it's more interesting for the purpose of the person. And we started to investigate natural language processing. We had documents, we extracted the content of the documents, we indexed this one, and we used a system to recognize automatically named entities, people, events, organizations, countries. So all these items were automatically extracted from the documents and was used on a kind of pseudo-natural language competence to search for all the documents. I will illustrate them with a live system just after. But this was the second generation. We also implemented summarization and distance calculation between documents. What is a distance calculation? You have, for example, a parliamentary question, and you want to retrieve all the parliamentary questions that are similar to the one that were deposited by a member, because sometimes it's deposited several times or in several languages. In the Parliament, we have 24 languages, so you may have a parliamentary question which is deposited in Dutch and at the same time in Danish, but you want to know whether this one were already deposited. So this is what we call everyday AI. Automatic translation, summarization, automatic classification,
named entity recognition. All these things were almost done at this time in 2022. And so, okay, that's fine, but the natural language processing, the way to interact was semi-logical. So you could use some words or sentences, but you try anyway to come back to a formal language to perform the search. So, well, that's not sufficient, because when people are expressing themselves, they are expressing themselves freely. It's more to the direction of such young researchers, some citizens, but it has to be more fluent in terms of language capacity. So in 2024, we decided to move to another generation using generative AI. So generative AI provided sufficient trust in terms of understanding of complex questions to be answered. So this was pretty interesting for us. The second point that was interesting is translation. So we could use the same system for automatic translation with a high level of trust in the translation that was made. But there was, let's say, one point still to be discussed, and it was explained this morning, is how do you trust the documents which are used to build the answer? And we say, okay, obviously, we cannot trust a large language model. We do not know exactly which documents will be used, but the one that we will use ourselves, all documents that we will control it. So what we want is that the answer is built only on the documents that we provide, not from the documents that have been used in order to train the system. So there we moved to generative AI. This was in April this year. It was introduced in Brazil 2 months ago, I think. Since then, I've made quite a lot of presentations. Each time I have to redo the presentation because we have daily reads all the time. When I did it in Brazil, it was in 1 language. 2 weeks after in Italy, it was in 50 languages. A couple of days after, it was increased so that we had more documents being made available. So it's extremely rapidly developing, and new functionalities are developed very rapidly. Since 1 week, we are the only institution, and among the very few parliaments in the world, which are compliant with the rules related to public access of historical documents from parliaments. According to the regulation, we have a council regulation, which is number 354 from 1983, that regulates the access for citizens to public historical data from the parliament. It states that the citizen may have an access in digital way for all public archive documents which are more than 30 years, meaning in the case of the parliament, from 1952 until 1994. And we achieved that last week. So we are the only institution providing an access to citizen, free, digital, to all archives, public archives from the parliament, and for free for the citizen. So that's what we achieved last week, sorry. And why are we doing that? Because we really think that providing an access to the history of the institution is a democratic process. It's part of the democratic process. If people tend to forget where they come from, it will be very hard to draw the future. So they need to know, but they do not need to have a story. They need to have the facts so that they can build the story based on the facts, not something that has been reconstructed. If you address this kind of system to an historian or an archivist, they will never trust a secondary source, which is an interpretation or a summary from something. They will always go to the primary source, and that's what we considered in this case. So what did we do in order to achieve this objective? The first one was say, okay, we want to have a natural language processing. So we want to address natural language as much as possible. We don't want anything to be formal, but we are in the context of a parliament. We are making rarely poetry. We do not have literature. Legislative texts are not books that you will read in a kind of poetry mode. Now, this is extremely structured, this is extremely regulated, and the purpose of the legislation is to be unambiguous. We don't want to have an ambiguous legislation. So this is the most easiest part for this kind of system. There's no ambiguity. It's removed. It's written to be removed. So it's the most easiest case. Instead to say, okay, sometimes you have a direct question, sometimes you want to be something a little bit more elaborate. So we have two views. Or you can have question, answer, or you can have a short report. The purpose of this system is not to write a thesis. There was a lot of discussion this morning about do we replace human beings. This is not the purpose at all. Well, I have a PhD in AI. I come from the winter of AI. I passed my PhD in the 90s, which is a bit too old. But we developed everything at the moment where nobody was stressing AI. So say, okay, I don't want to replace the human being. I want to enhance the activities from the people. We want also that the answer which is providing the system is based on all documents. That's the basic of retrieval augmented generation. We want that the authoritative document dataset which is used is one controlled by the Parliament. All the documents that have been used have been controlled manually, one by human beings. 2.1 million documents, manually controlled, to ensure the quality of the dataset, titles, names, dates, scan. So all these metadata have been checked by human beings. So how does it work? Very simply. So this morning the principle of RAG was introduced. So basically we have a prompt that comes. This prompt comes in 50 languages. Comes on all official working languages from the European Union. You could use simplified Chinese, Arabic, Hebrew, Hindu. So most of the languages spoken in the world, so that we really open all the archives from the Parliament, not only to the European citizen, but also to the world, so that they can access in their own language. So we take a prompt. This prompt is sent to our system, and we have, as it was mentioned this morning, a vector indexation, so a semantic vector indexation of all our documents. So we take the prompt, we send it to a system, it will clean the prompt, remove all the let's say, useful words, so all these things that were mentioned this morning again. I will not come back on it. And look for the closest document that corresponds to the semantic domain that has been extracted. And based on this one, we select the top 10 documents that should provide elements to establish an answer. So not all the documents. If you want all the documents to answer to this kind of question, this is another search. So we have this functionality, but this is something else. There we just want to provide an answer to a question based on the top documents that correspond to this one. We extract these documents, and this is called a context. And this context, this is the step 4, this context is taken with a prompt, taken and given to the large language model, and the purpose of the large language model is to understand the question, to understand the action to be performed, and to be applied only on the document set which is provided and extracted from the documents of the European Parliament, so that we ensure the answer. It's not coming from anywhere else. It's not from the Council, it's not from the Commission, it's not from Wikipedia. These are all documents. And the result is then sent back as an answer to the question. Of course, if this is translated in a specific language, if you raise a question, for instance, in Estonian or in Norwegian or in Spanish, in this case, we take the question, we translate into French because we have documents from 1952. In 1952, there were 4 official languages: French, German, Italian, and Dutch. Meaning that English only arrived in 1973, quite late. So we had to find a document for which we have all linguistic versions of the document. So we took French for the indexation. If you raise a question in Spanish, we translate the question from Spanish to French, look for the document in French, extract, send in French the version to the large language model, get the answer in French, translate the answer in Spanish, and provide the answer in Spanish. And of course, we provide all the sources that we used in order to produce this answer and all the linguistic versions that we have. So that's the principle. How did we work with the system? There was a question of accuracy that was mentioned this morning. So we took a test set of 30 questions with a variety of complexity, and I will just illustrate after with some real questions. We evaluated the answer from this question by experts. So the purpose is not to have the absolute answer. This is just to highlight some facts that will complement a human activity in order to elaborate a better answer or to highlight things that people would not have thought about. When you are manipulating 100 of documents, you could find information. When you are manipulating thousands of documents, it's hard. When it's millions of documents, a human cannot do it. So you need to be equipped with some tools that will facilitate your work. How did we challenge the system? We challenged it with two different large language models. We use on first Amazon Titan, and second one we use also Claude 2, which is currently in production, so Anthropic Claude 2.1, and I will explain why. And we also checked some elements with just to challenge the system later on with ChatGPT 3.5 and 4.0 to see what were the kind of answers that were provided by the solution. We also challenged the system against itself, meaning that this is a RAG system, as I mentioned. The answer is based on the document of the parliament. We say, okay, if we let the system answer by itself, what will happen? So what's the difference between the system answering by itself and the system answering with the document from the parliament? So this is globally the approach that we took. So this is one answer. I think maybe it's more easy to read on the side. The first question was about the advantage of having a unique currency within the European Union. So we raised a question to ChatGPT. I'm even not sure it's 3.5, I think it's 4 because the color of the icon has changed. And on the other side, say, okay, the solution with all documents, the solution only by itself. So let's see the advantages and how far we will obtain different answers in this one. So on the left side from ChatGPT is very generic. From the large language model, it's very similar. But from the one of the document, from the parliament with the RAG, we only focus on the one, which are pretty useful for us. So that was the first test that we did, challenging the system against itself and with another large language model. The second one was, okay, let's try to see some questions with the first level of complexity. So in this case is what was the role of the harbor from Trieste, which is in the north of Italy, according to the European Parliament in the 80s. There was also the question about the history that was raised. If you analyze something from the 80s, that has to be with the ideas from the 80s, nowadays with the one from nowadays. So we try to challenge a little bit, saying, okay, we raise a question. And again, we always challenge ourselves with ChatGPT saying, okay, what is the answer that is provided and what answers do we provide on the opposite? And there you see the two different facilities we provide. At the top is question answer. The bottom is for short reports. You see that you have the question, you've got the answer which is provided, and below you've got all the documents that have been used in order to produce the answer and all the languages that are available in case you would consult the documents and just to find the language that you master the best among the available languages. The next one is about a very simple question. What happens on the 9th of November 1989? In Europe, it's quite famous. This is the fall of the Berlin Wall. So we just also wanted to have some information on what will it give. And we see that on the second one, which is a short report, the one which is below, that it has also extracted some information from an oral history project that was made of the president who was president at the moment where the Berlin Wall falls. And you see that there's some private comments saying, okay, I remember when it fell. I was in this place, in this hotel. I was in Italy, and then I was called. So you do not have only the documents, but you also have some additional elements, in this case, oral history projects. So what are the oral history projects? This is the explanation by the president of the parliament on some main facts, main events that happened when they were president, so that they can explain a bit what happened around these events on the site, not necessarily explained into the systems. This one is related to people. Well, I'm not sure, it's pretty long for people. This is one for the Convention of Lomé. So there we ask whether the Parliament has some documents about the first Convention of Lomé, and we see on the left the answer which is provided by ChatGPT, and on the right the one which is provided by the Parliament. And to a certain extent, ChatGPT has answered that if you want to have further information about this topic, you have to look for the documents in the archive of the Parliament, which is pretty nice, I have to say. But this was one of the discoveries that we had. This one is a question about Fritz Zonere. So Fritz Zonere was the first Secretary General from the European Parliament. If you add the question to ChatGPT, okay, he was a famous Dutch person, but it will not be mentioned that he was Secretary General of the Parliament, which is obviously quite important for us. But that was not in the index of the system, so it provides this information. So these are various type of questions. This one is a bit more interesting. So we try to push the model a little bit further. Say, okay, these are simple questions. Let's move one level of complexity higher. If you would be a member, but a member, let's say, right-wing member, how would you qualify the position of the Parliament on a certain topic? So how would you qualify the position of the Parliament on the common agriculture policy, for instance? If you were a left-wing member, how would you qualify it? But if you were a farmer, how would you qualify it? So we went 1 degree higher, saying, okay, let's take a position. This is polarization. We have a fact. So how would you interpret the position of the Parliament in a certain domain? So there you've got illustrations. The answer is pretty different. And these are these kind of questions which are raised. This one is a bit far. I cannot read it from here. But let's move one complexity higher. Could you please propose a resolution on a certain topic? Or could you please propose a parliamentary question on a certain topic? Of course, it's write resolutions as it would have been written in the 90s, because only knows documents from the 90s, from 52 to 90. So it will write a resolution of the time being, not the one of today. But if you would have had to write a resolution on a specific topic, for instance, I think this one is about stability in the Middle East, so proposing for a resolution in order to have more stability. So it will analyze the context based on resolutions, based on parliamentary question, based on adopted text, and say, okay, this is the context of this time being on this topic. And now if you would propose something, it could be written like that. So it's not something that you cannot table at all. Obviously not. No, but it gives you some insight. It provides you a context. It explains the context. It gives you the documents also from this context. It tells you, in order to build this answer and to justify, I use these documents with these versions, and you can use them if you want. So this is the level we reached. The next level, which is not yet achieved, at fourth complexity, is foresight. Okay, knowing what you know, what will be the future on this specific topic. It's pretty easy to test because we stopped in 1994. So we know the future from 1994. It's the past of today. So we will check, it's not yet done, but we will check the competence of the system to have some foresight. Okay, what would have been the future in a specific domain, knowing what were the position before? And we will challenge and say, okay, is it reliable or is it not reliable at all? So this is just a test that will come very soon. As I mentioned before, if you want to scan, this is a QR code that goes directly to the website from the archives, and this is a place that we are using for the dashboard. So we launched the dashboard in 2022. Currently it contains 2.1 million documents, everything from 1952 to 2024. All languages available, and within this one you've got a specific dashboard that goes to the generative AI that has been produced. When I was appointed in 2019 in the archives, I have an experience in digital transformation since beginning of the 90s, both in universities, private sector, or public administration. There was only a capability to send a mail to the archives, to raise a question, and to receive an answer by mail. So there was something like 220 questions that were raised every day to the archive so that they can give an answer. Half of the questions were coming from, let's say, outside of the parliament. It was mainly researchers and young researchers. And half of the other one were coming within the European Parliament, mainly from the legal service, who are frequently accessing the document. Now it has changed a little bit. The transparency has taken a little bit more than the legal service, but they are still the hottest consumer of the archives within the Parliament. Since we opened, people were extremely afraid of what would happen. They said, well, if you do that, you will kill the work of some archivists. They will not be needed anymore. and say, no, this is the opposite. Because we are opening the archives from the Parliament. And by the way, these documents are public. And we have to show them by regulation. It's compliance. It's not because I just want to be fun and to play with Gen AI. That's nothing to do with that. I want to be compliant with the regulation. But I also want to ensure that people that can have an access to this document will be able to do something with these documents and not just throwing away a bunch of millions of documents, say, okay, maybe the answer you're looking for in this group of documents. You can do something with that. We had at the beginning 400 requests per month. 200 questions per year, 400 requests per month, digitally. Now we are more than 1,000 requests per month, just to compare. But we have 260 questions because we open the system and sometimes the people say, okay, I have a question, I do not find the answer within your system, so I tried these, I found some documents, but I still would like to have more information, so they are sending a mail. But the question that they send is much more advanced than the basic search that they made before. So what is the consequence of that? We did not replace the archivist, but the archivist has a much more interesting job now, because all the questions to access simple documents are solved by the digital solution. When he has a question, it's something which is more complex and provides a more higher value for what we call the customers, being citizen, in our case. So that's a major interest. When we opened the generative AI system, we had 980 prompts made in 1 month on top of the 1,000 of access. So it doesn't replace, it augments. And the staff can be used for tasks which are of a higher value. And trust me, historians and archivists were extremely afraid of this solution. Initially, they didn't want to do it, but we involved them in the process of the creation of setting them on which kind of document, on how to do, what you can do, and now they're the first one to ask for AI improvements and supporting this approach. And even in the answer, they said, well, why are they asking me this question? If they go online, they can find the solution by themselves. And they say, if you want the document, please go online, you will find it by yourself at this address. So that's a complete change of behavior. So, what did we learn through that? It was launched for the generative AI part. It was in 2024. It's only on the internet. It provides a very explicit disclaimer. I will not go necessarily deeper in this part. This is for risk management also tomorrow. But we have a huge disclaimer that explains that the answer is provided by an AI tool. It's not human. That it doesn't represent the official position from the European Parliament, but it's only a tool which is providing an insight. So we have a huge disclaimer. It explains how it works, the fact that we have the 10 documents, how it translates, how to use the system, how to prompt, because prompt engineering is also a new discipline, something to be mastered, definitively. So we have a huge disclaimer that we made. We also made on this tool something which is quite important. I bring one document. This is a trustworthy AI impact assessment. It analyzes all the requirements that we have to satisfy when we are doing generative AI based on the AI Act that was endorsed last week by the Council and the Parliament on the 21st of May, adopted by both. So this is also for risk management. That's for tomorrow, not for today. But we assess that our system is lawful, fair, and robust. These are 3 dimensions through 7 requirements that we implemented. We increase the quality of the documents which are received and the answers by having prompt analysis, because it doesn't come from free. It's not something that you set up, it's not plug and play. This is something that you have to run, that you have to test, that you have to improve, and to understand sometimes why some answers are given, and the fact of the hallucinations that you had this morning. Right. We focused, one of the questions is related to the first president of the parliament. She's called Simone Veil. When we asked the question on who is Simone Veil, the first time to the system, it answered that she was president twice. Never happened. That she was even belonging to a political group, which is the Greens. Europe Écologie Les Verts, said in France. Well, it didn't exist at the time being, and she was never part of the Greens, but she was liberal. So we had to look for all the issues that we may have in the prompt and why this kind of errors was obviously appearing while none of the documents were mentioning this kind of case. So we had to work, and most of the time that we worked was related to testing. It was the biggest amount. Talking about amount, and to answer to my dear colleague from Estonia, with a beautiful system of 400,000 euro, which is a pretty huge amount. Any idea of the cost of the system, the monthly cost of our system? 1,200 euro, right? 1,200 per month. And you will say, well, but you need to build the system, so how much did you spend for external resources? Nothing. Official staff. So we only work with an official staff. One staff since 1 year and a half. And not only full-time, part-time. And not the youngest one. He's 62. So my AI team leader is 62 years old. It has nothing to do with the age. It's a mindset. He's involved in digital transformation. He's a change manager by mindset, not by training. So I can do a lot of systems with 400,000 euros, trust me. We said also this morning, nothing new. The key is the data, nothing else. So we are using archived documents. So as you can see, archived documents sometimes can be a little bit tricky. These are not digitally born documents. These are documents that we have to scan and then for which we perform authorization. So we extract, we try to recognize. Some issues with documents is that first they were written manually, not very easy to recognize. Then they were typewritten, but not from computer fonts, typewritten. The fonts are different. So the quality was also quite complex to achieve with the appropriate level. And now, since 1982, in the Parliament, we arrived to the digital world. So now we have a large, higher increase of quality, the recognition of the documents. So we selected a subset of the documents in which we have a good trust. That was also mentioned this morning. We have 2.1 million document front. But out of this one, we selected a subset of this one in which we have a high trust. Parliamentary questions, resolutions, adopted text. These are the ones which are the most stable in time, so the history of the European Parliament. And we have a good trust in the quality of the documents, and we check them. The OCR was pretty hard at the beginning. We need to have a post-processing on the documents, but now we have less this step because these are digitally born documents and we can recognize them more easily. Moreover, there's something which is extremely funny in the Parliament. We have documents with multi-columns, super nice, but for systems it's not super nice. You have to explain that when you have at the end of something in the middle, you have to go left and not to continue right because you have a space in between. So this kind of things. So this is what we had, and also another complexity is the digital explosion of the documents. It comes from two sources. The first one, enlargements, and the number of official languages in the Parliament, as I mentioned in 1952, 4 languages, 2024, 24 languages. It's a pretty huge multiplication. Moreover, there was another also big fact that was the Lisbon Treaty. The Lisbon Treaty corresponds to the expansion of the responsibility of the parliaments according to the one that we co-decide with the Council. Previously, it was very limited, more budgetary control, but after that, it's almost all the domains except security and internal fiscal legislation that remains in the States. So it exploded in almost all domains. But if you are more competent, in this case, you are producing more documents. So the number of languages and the increase with the competence. And it's quite, let's say, exponential right now. And we are only at the beginning of the exponential, not on the top. So why are we doing that? We do that because we want to maintain the collective memory. And we want to maintain the collective memory with facts, not things which have been recreated. And we want to promote an inclusive society where everybody can have an access to this information and create their own view based on the information. We are the archives. We are not a group of historians. We do not rebuild the history, We provide the sources that people can elaborate the history based on certified facts. So if we go rapidly to the live system, this is how it looks. So this is the welcome page from the archive site of the Parliament. In the middle, you've got an access to the dashboard. So this is a live system. If there's any issue, well, let's say it's something that may happen. So that's the front system. The front system exposes all the documents, so the 2.1 million documents that we have currently. It describes them with very basic metadata, the languages of document, the types, the year, and then you've got the list of the documents you may have an access. So I would just access one document, so it goes, extract the document, and propose it to you. So it's a question of robustness. You see that it's grabbing the documents inside the 2.1 million documents, so just for the speed of the answer using the Wi-Fi of the room. And this is a kind of reactivity. When you select one of the documents, it recalculates dynamically all the documents, so pretty easy to use. So we move to the content analysis. And for the content analysis, this is what I mentioned. We extracted the subset of document. There is more 75,000. It will change next week. We already extracted more, but I asked my staff not to put them online, just to be sure I will not no issue today with you, because it may happen. So Moore's law frequently appears, and I wanted to control the Moore's law. So this one are all documents from 52 until 89. Next week it will be 94 when we will release the other ones already indexed. At the center you see the Eurovoc indexation. So in the European Union there is a common vocabulary of terms which is called Eurovoc, European vocabulary, that is used to index all kinds of documents so that you can search for a document, for instance, application of rights within the European Union across all institutions, and you will use the same term everywhere. So what we did is that we applied it automatically. So we have an AI algorithm that will automatically index all our documents with this Eurovoc terminology. And we also have some classes. So you see there, these are some classes. That's what I explained before. This one are just topic classification. So it's unsupervised topic classification. So we group documents within classes where they will share some terms. In red, the terms which are shared within this class. In blue, the one in total of the collection of the documents, so we try to isolate them. So this is part as what we mentioned, everyday AI. This one is the most simple way that I mentioned before. It's a named entity relation. So if I just put a word, it will be much more faster. I will look for agriculture. So there it extracts a set of named entity. For instance, there you've got some events, there you've got some places with countries, organizations, people, type of documents, and then you can mention whether this document fits with the answer or not based on the question that you raised, and having a direct access to the document. So I wouldn't say basic, but pretty simple fact. The interesting thing is that the named entity are recognized automatically. We don't say to the system that this is, the first one is Second World War, the second one is Cold War, and so on. It's extracted automatically from our documents for the classification. If we go to the system that we developed for generative AI, let's take the first, or any kind of question that we use. This one, for instance. This is for the Lomé Convention, so you will see the system live. I will ask for a short report, which is the most complex answer. So I run the search. It's trying to detect the language. Language is Spanish. So I'm translating the question from Spanish to French. I have the question in French. I send it to the system. What now the system is doing, say, okay, I use the same name entity relationship indexation that I had. I calculate a semantic vector. I will identify the top 10 documents which are corresponding to this question. I take this one, I retrieve them, I send these documents to the large language model. The large language model analyzes all the documents, analyzes the question, builds the answer. It has noticed that the answer was not raised in French, but that was in another language, in this context Spanish. So I translate the answer in Spanish. And now, because I want to be explainable, I am checking all the documents that has been used to create the answer, and I look for all the existing language versions that are available, and this is the answer. So I hope that you could see the answer. I don't know if, this would not, maybe not the most easiest way, but yeah, I just let you see whether it's correct Spanish or not necessary. But that's what we have in terms of answer. And of course, you've got the documents. Yeah, I want to see this document in Dutch, and I just access the document, and then I have the primary source. This is the document, so this is a document from the plenary, and I have a document that was used in order to produce the content of the question. So I can have an access directly to the primary source. So this is the kind of question that we ask. Others, you've got the speed. This is real-life system. So this is the speed that we have in order to search for a document. It's pretty linear right now to search because we try to manage the complexity. So we could have some elapsed time to build the answer, but we try to manipulate this one. How will we evolve with this system? So as I said, next week we had all the documents mainly from the plenary from 1989 until 1994. Next step, we move to Claude 3. So currently we are using Claude 2.1. We will move to Claude 3. The biggest interest is the translation capacity. So we improve the translation capacity, not necessarily the large language model itself into the capacity to understand a question. Why are we using Claude 2.1? And I did not mention it before. Why are we not using ChatGPT or Llama or Titan? There's one good reason for that. Claude from Anthropic is the only one which is AI constitutional. That means that this is the only large language model that certifies that all the documents that have been trained for the system is compatible with a value system. And this value system is a human rights declaration from the United Nations. Meaning all documents used to train the large language model are in agreement with the Declaration of the Human Rights. So they are not supporting segregation. They are not supporting ideas that go against gender equality. And I could not name all of them because they are quite long. So this system of value is very close to the fundamental rights that has been adopted, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. This is a value system. Any other large language model, including open source, can prove me that this approach was taken. That's why we don't use another system, because we are a parliament. And as a parliament, we have to comply to a system of values. And this is the one that was chosen. So move to Claude 3, and then the next step is automatization of tests. As it was mentioned this morning, it's quite important to verify through testing and automatic testing that you've got the same answer if you've got the same system. And that's what we will implement in 3 weeks. We already have the functions. It's a matter of integration. We will automate our test case that we raise to the system, and periodically we automatically launch this question, get the answer, and verify that if there's no change in configuration, the answer should be the same. And this enables us to verify that there's no interference in the system that has been made from one version to the other one based on the question that we rate. Moreover, while we're covering around 50 languages, it's also important that for some language that we use, let's say more rarely, we still have coherent answers within the questions. That's live. It's not tomorrow. For us, it's the past already. It's generative AI. It's an open door. It's not that complex. It's not that long. It's just a matter to have the right use case with the right data in the right legal context with the right people. Thank you.
Si alguien quiere hacer consultas.
If anyone has a question, please. Mr. Secretary, please use your microphone. Well, first of all, Ludovic, I would like to thank you. I'm going to make a question in Chilean Spanish, which is more difficult than regular Spanish. But the first thing I wanted to say is that I had a lot of news from the work that you have been doing, because a couple of colleagues of mine were in Brazil some months ago, and they told me about the Archibot, and I want to make some questions, but with a small preamble. The small problem with Latin America is that just like what you had experienced, many countries don't have a digital system. They don't have digital government. There's no intention of moving forward to the digital space. Brazil, Argentina, and ourselves are the ones that have moved forward, but there are some other countries that have a little resistance towards change. The platform that you have shown us helps to move forward. I'm not just thinking about America. I'm thinking about Africa and some other countries that are delayed on advancing, specifically when they think about costs. If I can spend 1,400 euros to hiring Archibald, I'm going to buy 1,800 of those. But I'm not sure if you have some other costs that maybe you didn't mention them, because there's a cost when you digitalize documents. If you have been digitizing documents since 1952, I think that they have been typed written, but they have been converted to OCR without any issues. But in the case of national parliaments, the same thing happens to Europe and the rest of America. History goes back very far, and we have a lot of documents that are very important that have been written by hand. Therefore, they have different handwritten types and styles, and they have been written by many people. So the biggest question is how we transcribe that. I'm going to give you an anecdote. Maybe this can be understood by many. The background, one of the elements that exists in record in the Chamber of Deputies exists in a library in New York. That is, exists in a microfilm. That has been handwritten. We had to translate it. We had to. I say translation because it had to be changed from handwritten text to typed text. So you have to ask our colleague in the United States. It's a book called Precedents, and it's a large book. We all have background and all precedents. So these precedents have been handwritten. In the past year, I would say in the last 150 years, this system hasn't changed that much. Therefore, there's costs involved. When you say that this costs 1,400 euros, I'm pretty sure that there are costs that exist that are not involved in that amount. Of course, this is something more expensive. Otherwise, we would all be using the same system. And my last question is that, yes, I have the same apprehensions that you have, stating that there are tools that need to become the priority when you have industries that have a higher ethical value, that are more acceptable. But I think that we are currently at a testing stage. I think that once we decide what is going to be the LLM that we are going to use, I'm going to take that into consideration. But at the moment, I'm testing on everything. I'm going to show it tomorrow, but I'm not going to show you the internal algorithms we use because it's really boring. But we have tested GPT 4.0. We have tested Claude. I think eight or 9 LLMs. We have tested on everything because we want to see which one is the most precise, which one gives you a better answer, and what is the one that makes up more things. We have learned a lot. We have spent more than a year learning on this matter, and the biggest issue we've had is the example of the farmers that you showed us. We thought that we wanted to have we thought that we were going to develop Caminar tea, which was going to be a bot receiving an answer. If we ask a web developer, they are going to state a number, a cipher when you ask about development. They're going to say that by using transparency, they are saying that their workers, their employees, are spending a lot of money. So it's going to be difficult. Secretaries earn more money than MPs, so of course I didn't ask if that appears on the chat or in the database, but that is something that those are issues that are relevant. Sorry about going sideways on the question that I'm making, but for me it was important to ask these things. Thank you.
I may also need a microphone to answer because I will stand up, except if you have other questions you want to raise now. Do you want?
I give you that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just a shift to wake everybody up. Hidden costs. Yeah, sure, because I was provoked by my colleagues, so I had to lower down the figures. Now, the authorization is included inside, right? Because the OCRs that we use is part of our pipeline. So we have a document pipeline that takes, we load the documents into our bucket. It's an S3 bucket. And then we have a pipeline which is built. And when we give the instruction to launch the pipeline, it takes the document, perform an authorization, send it to another system that will make name entity recognition, and then build the index and store the document that has been transformed. So this is included inside right now. But of course, we need to move from paper version to digital version. So this is a human-based activity. So we are paying people so that they can scan the documents, because we want that when we scan the documents, we also perform a quality control. So though I have 2 external staff who are scanning the documents and that are making available of these digital versions. And then there was one big activity that was quality control. The 2.1 document, 2.1 million document I showed before has been manually checked by human beings. Metadata, title, reference, language, existence of the documents, everything has been controlled. And when did I do that? I was appointed in November 2019 by the Secretary General to digitalize the archives. That was my main job, digital transformation. That's what I'm made for. In March 2020, something happened all over the world, which is called COVID situation. So I had all my staff blocked home, impossible to come back within the offices. And if you are processing paper files, it's very hard to do it from home, because I prevented that any documents leaves the offices and the premises from the Parliament for security reasons. Let's imagine that you take the funds from a member, private funds from a member. If you take them home, and if you have a child, let's imagine that the child starts making a drawing on the paper from the member, from the financial interest declaration, it would be super funny for the child, less for the archives. So I say, okay, no way. All documents will remain within the premises. Nobody is authorized to take any document out, but still I had to give them work to do. So we did some training, but okay, training goes for a time. I say, okay, I will launch a huge program for all my staff of quality control within the archive management system. So they spend all the time that they were blocked home performing quality control. So I use this time that people had to work in order to perform the quality control. There we did 1.9 million documents in terms of quality control, and then the rest is, let's say, every week I have some external staff, and one of the tasks is, okay, perform quality control on certain number of documents. So this may be considered as being one hidden cost, let's say, quality control of documents. Now it's much more easy because we are working in interoperability, so it will change. Documents now are digitally born, but if they are digitally born, I will work on interoperability from the information system to the one of the archive. So documents will be structured. So the quality control will be much more easy than on the past. So this cost will decrease. But it's true that it was one that was used before. Considering the other question about the document that we use, you have noticed that we have 2.1 million documents front row, but all the search that we perform is only in 75,000 documents, which are mainly all the documents from the plenary in French. So we have a huge data set of documents. As you said, you could have some of them which will be very difficult to transcript because it was a language which may be even not written right now. but very old documents. National parliaments are largely older than the European Parliament in terms of lifespan. But it's not a problem to have these documents. The thing is that you just have to create a basic set of metadata on these documents so that people can access and they can view. But if you want to go further into content analysis, select the documents which are constant in time, in which you have a good trust. And why do you use this document? Because trust is quality. If you don't trust the content of the document, you will have a bad quality in the answer. Garbage in, garbage out, no miracle. So do not use all the documents, but focus on the one which are really the most important one for your activity. You have the plenary. The plenary is a place where the documents are voted in the end, and then they go to the upper chamber. There we are in the parliament. The members will vote a position. It will be an adopted text. This text will be sent to the Senate, where the Senate will discuss, may come back. But the official position is not the work in the commission or in the committee. The official position is the one from the plenary. That's where it ends. So take the documents from the plenary, align them, and you'll see that we already have a huge base of documents in order to work. And then for the last question about tool industries, large language models, well, we challenge ourselves with Titan, we challenge ourselves with ChatGPT, and we challenge ourselves with Claude. So we took the three ones. ChatGPT, because it was the one that was the most advanced, and we wanted to see what we could give with the most advanced. Because if we want to give something out of quality, we have to challenge again the best. But it was not constitutional, so I couldn't use ChatGPT. I'm making conferences every 2 weeks. Most of the time, people are saying, I'm using ChatGPT. They don't know why they're using ChatGPT. They're using a system to do GenAI. I'm sorry for colleagues from OpenAI. I will have a bad night, I think. But that's the reality. Why are they using ChatGPT? They're using it because it's embedded into Azure. That's a service that they can use. It's a cloud service. It's easy. It's available. But why are you using that? They have no clue. They didn't ask themselves the question. When we selected the system, we said, okay, we want to select a large language model for which we ensure the quality of the training data set. And the only one that we found that was constitutional was this one. And that's why we took this one. So reason to challenge with other ones, they can be very efficient, but they cannot guarantee the document that has been used for a training set. So we said, okay, there's no reason for us to go further. We check just with Titan, who have one reference, interesting, not super powerful. Claude, which is the biggest competitor, let's say it, for ChatGPT. Why? On one side, we had a business opportunity. The business opportunity is comply with the regulation to provide an access of documents. That's my business opportunity. And what do I want to do? So comply with regulation, one thing. The second one is enhancing an activity. Well, I would say augment, more easy. I want to augment the activity from my staff by making easy questions answered by the other one. That's my business opportunity. On the other side, I have an AI capability. What is the AI capability? Two things. The large language model competence that has increased. Secondly, retrieval augmented generation that I use because I want to focus on my own information. There is a key. Data. If you don't have the data, don't start AI. You will lose time, you will lose money, you will lose resources. No way. If you have the data, you can start and we can discuss. But otherwise, don't. It's just a loss. If you have a business opportunity, you have an AI capability, and you have data, then what's magical, or let's say even DT, you've got a digital transformation. That's what you are looking for. It's not that you have a system that you will succeed. It's not that you want to change that you arrive to something. You need to have both, and the data to arrive to digital capability. Why are we doing that? It's not a business project. It's not a digital, or let's say, an IT project. That's a human project. We are doing that for people. We don't want to replace, we want to enhance, we want to augment. So that's a human project. It goes with education. All of that goes with education. Educating people on what they could do, identifying tasks that can be or automated or augmented by an AI tool, even sometimes that you don't want to be performed by an AI solution. We want to educate people because we want them to understand what AI is and what it's not, how to use and how not to use, how to prompt. We also want to have education because we want to involve them since the beginning of the project, since we start. This is not something that we will impose. This is something that will be built together. They need to understand how they can benefit from an AI tool in their activity because they are involved in the build of the tool. They know where the data is coming from, they know how it's processed, and they know the quality of the answer, so they can trust the quality of the answer because in the end, this is not the system that will be criticized. This will be the people using the system that will be criticized. So they need to trust. If you are involved from the beginning, if you're trained, if you're educated, you will build trust. If you don't have this trust, you will lose people and you will lose the system. So that's what we did in terms of tools and how we build and why we are doing that. We are doing that for human beings, not to replace.
Muchas gracias.
Thank
Damos
you
por
very much.
finalizado este
We
panel
have
para
finished
pasar.
this panel, and now we are going to go for a coffee break. There you can continue with this discussion and continue with the conference, and we give a round of applause for Ludovic the Punk. Thank you very much.
We hope that you enjoy the coffee. We're going to start again. Before, I want to give you a few indications that I was requested to tell you. Tomorrow, probably, our city is going to be a lot of wind. It's going to be very windy and rain. That means that the traffic from Viña del Mar to Valparaiso is going to be very slow. So we suggest to put your alarm clock a little bit earlier because in order to avoid to be late tomorrow. Okay? The second thing that was requested to us was that you can take the folders with you, but please bring them back tomorrow because all the information related to the Wi-Fi and the agenda and different doubts can be solved with the information that has there. And please do not forget to leave the devices of interpretation at the end of the session, please. Now we're going to start again. So the next topic is the impact of the AI in the legislation. Today we're going to have the presentation is going to be from the Senado Federal of Brazil. Presentation is going to be Orlando Cavalcanti Neto, João Lima, Victor Marcel Pinheiro.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have the honor of speaking in Portuguese, my mother tongue. So I would like to thank the interpreters who have been doing a very good job today, the Chamber of Deputies, the Secretary General, as well as all the other colleagues of the Chamber, Luis Quimaí as well for inviting us. And also on behalf of the Federal Senate, I would like to highlight the importance of this opportunity of having the Federal Senate or the Federal Parliament of Brazil here, because they have implemented several solutions for a while. This has been a very fruitful option of being able of using AI in our legislative activities. Mr. Marcel Pinheiro, an attorney, I have learned a lot of technology with my colleagues in the Congress. I'm just a legislative consultant for the past 12 years, together with Dr. Gustavo Savoya. So for me, it is a pleasure to start this panel. And I would like to give you some figures of the Brazilian Federative Parliament. We have a federal, a state, and municipal level legislature. And normally, I like to ask if you know how many bills do we have in process. Well, we have 500 deputies in the chamber and a similar amount of senators. We have several proposals for amendments, constitutional amendments. We have other requirements. And also, in regards to bills, we only have 35,000 being processed. As a member of the academia, I've made a certain amount of research, but there's only a few countries that have a similar figure than we do. We also have different members of the parliament. Before going to the Senate, I thought maybe I was going to come to work very little. I come from Sao Paulo. It's a large city with a lot of businesses, and my relatives don't come from the public sector, and they ask me, what are you going to do there? There's not any work there. But to my surprise, there's a lot of information, a lot of projects. Everything happens simultaneously in several committees, working every week in the Senate, and there's a need to document that information. That need is very high. Our colleagues have asked us about recovering information of using RAG. I work with the President and the Secretary General to work looking for legislative precedents. We work in the plenary committee, plenary sessions, and we would like to see if there is something similar to what has been mentioned in the past. And there are thousands, I would say, more than 100,000 of decisions that need to be reviewed and need to be processed and ordered. And that's what we're going to show you here, how we take that process. And this type of work is very interesting. There are some reflections that I'm going to mention in other panels that I'm going to show you, but the message for me is that in the Senate we have been thinking about how we can make more efficiently what we have been doing in the Federal Senate of Brazil. We have been doing this for more than 200 years, and we are thinking about making things differently. This is my message to you, the message that I always state whenever there's an event dealing with technologies. We are in front of one of the most powerful tools in human history. So we are going to use it in order to make the same things we have always done, but faster, or maybe we are going to go beyond and do these things differently. We're thinking about the past, the present, and the future of democracy that we want, and how technology can facilitate in democratic terms beyond the difficulties that these may present, technical difficulties, operational difficulties, and technical difficulties. So having said this, as my initial remarks, I thank you once again for inviting me here, and I give the floor to Orlando so that he can present his work. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue speaking about the policies of AI in the Senate. This is something that doesn't exist. What we have are isolated initiatives. Not so long ago, there was a decree from the first secretary that determined the design of a strategy, and Joe Lima has already stated several things of this, but this topic still hasn't been completed. I am part of the budget department. I work with members of the parliament to design the budget of the Republic. So I want to state this so that you can learn about it. In the budget, we have about 513 deputies and a similar number of senators. And we receive 10,000 amendments to the budget. And we have 3 types of authors: members of parliament, the committees for each state, and the committees that are permanent for the Chamber and the Congress. For Chile, the Brazilian budget is normally discussed at the Senate and in the Chamber, and then later on there's a joint session with a commission, a mixed session. And after going through this mixed committee, this budget goes to the plenary session with a session with both senators and deputies. Having said this, I would like to explain how our consultancy is organized. I come from budget, as I said before, and we organize ourselves in the following manner. Since 2017, we have been going to lectures, to courses about AI, to see how we can offer this type of services and how we can perfect our different activities. One of the main guidelines of our consultancy, and this comes from the regulation of the house, is that we need to improve the processes in different ways, including technology, and we have done so. Therefore, we created our first AI project on 2020, a machine learning process that is supervised in order to talk about budget. From this, we started working on how we can organize the consultancy in order for us to deal with these systems in an easier manner. We started studying the subjects. There's a project from the OCDE stating that there are 6 skills that are interesting for public servants in order to promote innovation in the public sector. Therefore, from these 6 abilities, they were directly guided with projects of artificial intelligence, and we created a work in order to promote and spread the culture of AI to the workers, to the staff, explaining what they were, showing them the documents. We have also published an article, and this document from the OCDE, we started the first classification work, and then we went to the next stage, which dealt with how we could work with natural language from texts. We studied several ways of how to do so. We did some research, and we highlighted 2 projects. The idea is to have them in a more simple way in order to distinguish them in our work. Therefore, this could be work with all members of the Senate. We prepared a video so that we could show them how to do so. There were several costs, as well as the salary of our employees, of our staff. Joe Lima used his credit card, his own personal credit card, to pay for ChatGPT. There wasn't any costs involved, almost no cost. That is also an issue. How are we going to finance the LLM tools? Claude is not available in Brazil. It is available in many countries, but not in Brazil. Therefore, there was no option for us to use this tool. So we have used all the different technologies, and our projects are hybrid. They don't have that technology. They don't use a single technology. they don't use a single unit. We use machine learning, semantic learning, LLMs, as well as different modules. Therefore, I want to explain that I don't come from IT, I come from the budget, and all of our projects that come from different consultancy are an alliance with PRODASEM, the IT department of the Senate, and the representative is Mr. Joe Lima, and we only work together with them. We have a team that deals with multiple data. As a matter of fact, the OCDE in their texts and in their documents have determined that there is a need of having racial diversity as well as other concepts using diverse teams, and that is a broad term. I don't want to go in depth with this, but we have two prototypes that we would like to show you. One with a video that we're going to show you right now. It's a prototype based on ChatGPT and a programming using Python. Well, these are common concepts of IT, and this project is something that we believe can be expanded throughout the federal states, and there are several projects so that we can expand this in the Senate. As I said before, the budget is expanded throughout the year, making amendments to the budgets. Then these budgets are submitted by the executive power through a message using a PDF file digitally signed. What does this bill do? Well, here we have a small framework showing you that this is a real case. Using this prototype. Well, this message arrives to us in PDF with the bill and an explanation on the different motives signed by the President of the Republic. We have articles, paragraphs, several parts, several entries with the justification from the government explaining the bill or this proposal. We have about 125 pages, and whenever this project arrives to the consultancy, is summarized so that the parliamentarians, the members of the parliament can read it and present their reviews. In the past, this used to be done manually. Well, this is a video of how does this work. The user, who is the consultant, writes down the name of the project and the year. I forgot to mention that together with this PDF document, the executive submits a database together with budgetary annexes. Therefore, the consultant enters the number of the project and the year. They read the PDF files. It does the OCR, optical character recognition. And it asks, how many paragraphs do you want as a summary? And then it receives a guideline. Then you guide here. This is a bill that was submitted for this simulation, and here we have the time that is currently running until you have a first result, which is a summary of the bill, and this is the summary that we normally use. And here the reviewer can edit or not, and then they can choose the level of detail required for the table or from this table provided in this example? What is the level of details that are going to be included? If they want just to include the organizations or the level of the budget. And part of the budget now appears in the table, and another one comes with text. Therefore, the LLM appears showing it in a box together with the context in order so that the reviewer can decide whether or not to use them and put them in the document. And then we generate the minute, which is a document that can be used by the reviewer and the consultancy. This is the final result of the document, which appears in a format with all the different tables so that they can use them. This only takes 3 minutes, and in the past we spent 1 or 2 days. This is a very simple example. And what do we use as a strategy? Well, I would like to say that our work is very similar to what Natalie Foster said this morning, which is quality and how we work with quality basis. We work with budgetary data and transparency data in terms of budgets for the past 25 years, and Joe Lima works with legislative works for the past 20 years. So, they work with texts or with a volume of text of 20 years in the past. And we have an annual work of study, of reading and criticism on how we work with this database. Because our budgetary database is very good and properly selected. In the morning, we talked about how we prepare the personnel, AI culture in our staff so that they can all identify how AI is used in different projects. And that is precisely what we have been doing. We have been doing small projects that I would like to mention right now. This project that we're currently waiting, we have the production phase where we can start it up. This is a broader project that depends on the knowledge that we have been able to obtain from the first project. MPs that present the amendments have the support of their teams, and many times they don't understand the budgetary issues. Therefore, this is going to reflect what they want to do. We have a budgetary classification that helps us to make their justification. We use predictive technologies, which is not a technology itself that allows us to do so. Here we have the first prototype, which is more simple. Here we only use the location, the action, and the function in order to create the amendment. Here we have a video of the prototype being used. In general, when the parliamentarian does this, they put a title to it, and then they write down the reasoning behind it, the justification for the amendment. This is a real objective. This is how they do the first search, and it comes with a result here. For example, a result from the state of Pernambuco. This is an amendment for that state, and we have 6 areas, 6 functions where this amendment can be applied to: health, education, and then, for example, you can select the action. Here we have different actions, and now we have the system explaining what each action is going to do. Then the user can test it and then select which one of the actions, and then obtaining a classification of the proposals. The MP knows then how to prepare the budget, and we ask ourselves, what do we want to do? Do we want to create this from a generative AI, or do we want to make a chatbot with a prompt in order to make it more actively, in order to make a more active classification? This work that is currently being developed has a deadline until the end of the year 2025 in order to obtain these results. Here's now Joao Lima.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk mostly about RAG, an introduction, and then I'm going to show the RAG for the legal norms. And the message that I want to give you is a multi-layer embedding-based retrieval that is going to help us with the response. While we are preparing a context that is more relevant for the user. I'm going to show you a RAG related to order. The objective that I would like to show is to introduce the Victor staff, the order that they can control this tool. Why? Because usually the RAG is something that is like a black box. You ask something and you get an answer, but in this case, it's not a black box. It's a different kind of black box. Let's say that. So that's the black box that I was mentioning before. As Ludovic was mentioning, from a database, we're going to have an indexing with a vector base, and the user is going to ask a question. There's going to be a part of retrieval, and then there's going to be a generation with an answer. That's the regular RAG. A week ago, a study from a group of researchers from Stanford and Yale, they were talking about hallucination-free. They were mentioning a rate between 17 and 28. They even said that this is not an hallucination. Yes, it is. And this very interesting article established it. It says that there is a problem that hasn't been solved and that needs to be approached by different mechanisms in order to improve this hallucination. It's not just one hallucination, but there are also incomplete answers. We not just need the truth, but also we need the facts. And guarantee is something that is very important in order to provide a general idea. This article has something very important because it brings a legal hallucination definition. One response can be correct or incorrect. We have some examples here. We have different legal cases, but can work with different kind of regulations too, but it's divided in something that is based on, that is grounded, ungrounded, and misgrounded. So the article establishes that the legal hallucination is a response that is considered hallucinating, but if it's either incorrect or misgrounded. In this case, is incorrect. This classification of legal hallucination is very interesting. That's why that article is so interested by establishing grounded, ungrounded, and misgrounded. Every question and answer, every answer that they got, that they received, it was analyzed. I strongly recommend this article. So, as I mentioned very briefly, let's say that I have the Constitution of Brazil here in these regulations. I divide it in different articles, and then I have different vectors that are math vectors. These are just numbers. A lot of people think that LL is a database, but it's not like that. It uses a database for creating a model, but then discard all that, and you ended up with numbers. One of the questions will be, where does the power emanate from? Embed, and the question is translated into numbers, and that number represents a small dot in this multidimensional space. That's when you use the cosine similarity in order to find out which one is the one that is closer to this dot. This is a similitude that is semantics because it's a math representation. It's an aboutness of from a phrase, of a word, of a document. And even is going to, Ludovic, I'm going to ask you if that embedded is in a small part. Later we're going to talk, please, Ludovic, because I want to talk to you about this. These elements that are here, that are close to the question, they're added to the context, and then you get a response that is more complete and correct. That's the summary of the RAC. In the video that I'm going to show you now, you're going to see that each dot is an article. If it's blue, it's a family law. If it's dark, it's related to the civil code. And if it's lighter, if it's lighter, civil code. If not, it's related to another kind of code. Next to the civil code, as you can see here, there are other constitutional provisions related to family law that are related to the civil code. I'm going to show you this video, and I think it's going to get a little bit more clear. Now you're going to see this navigate in this dimensional space. We're going to make a zoom in, and I'm going to show you the articles that are related. Each dot is one, remember that. So here you're going to see the ones that are, for example, related to the parents, what they have to do, family law in general, the constitution of family. The constitution of Brazil is very detailed. The Chile is very detailed too. It's not like the American one that is simpler in a way. In the one from Brazil is very analytical. Please check how interesting is this. There is a representation of the semantics, and it's very powerful and very important. The embedding here is important. It's going to translate into the idea of aboutness. How is structured in Brazilian law? There are different parts of the article. It's the basic unit. I think that Chile is the same. We have groups of articles, and we have the small parts that are in the stand, that are aligned, and then there is an item. There is a very clear structure. We need to take advantage of this structure. Why? Because I have this embed like this, not just from the article, of the 5th article of the Brazilian Constitution that is related to fundamental rights. How many fundamental rights we have? We have from 1 to 72. I can do the embedded from there, from the article, but from each dot that is related to the fundamental rights. In this way, I can represent in a more precise way, from the semantic point of view, each part of my regulations. Here, as you can see, there are several layers. This is the Constitution of Brazil. So the embedded is per article. So each paragraph has one. Here you're going to see different representation. It's like if I create more objectives for my question. There is an arrow as my question, and then I have more spaces where to move them, where to direct it. This is a multi-layer approach. We try to create not just in different articles, but also in chapters, in parts, and each line, each paragraph. So in this example, what was a traditional approach, 11 semantic units, was changed and translated into 46 semantic units that created more objectives. Here, there is another example, the articles of the Constitution. There are 275. Here, you're going to see the fundamental rights is Article 5. But here, we know that the Article 5 has a lot of richness. If we use the embedded related to multi-layer, if we do the zoom, let's go and zoom in and check. It's like a very nice sky, it's a constellation. Each fundamental right is there and has its position. So where I ask again, where the power emanates from? To the Brazilian Constitution, the OpenAI text embedding 3 large is going to show you just numbers. It's going to translate the question into numbers, and that's the vector, the semantics, and then I collect the vectors, and it's going to show me with the context, and the answer is a very precise answer, naming the law that is related to it. Check how interesting is this, the semantic representation. So what you can see here is apple, mela, fork, forchetta. It's a representation of the concept. It's not just a word. These vectors and the similarity, the cosine can be seen here. So we can ask in Italiano, da dove viene il potere? And the answer in Italian is going to be explained here, establishing the law that was named previously. What is also very interesting is that the citizen that uses a plain language can ask the same question but with different words. I asked the same question but in a simpler language, where the authority comes from, like the judge, like the politician, or like the governor, in a very simple way. Check the similarity. Is exactly there. That is very interesting. Even though the language is very simple, it's more informal, explained in the same way. I put this in the prompt of my system. So if the question is technical or not, it's going to provide the same kind of answer. If you compare the flat embedding with multi-layer embedded, here is asked me about the health protection according to the Constitution of Brazil. There is a specific section about it. Then I get the answer, the content that is more complex with more information. Here is the answer. Just I can show you here. There is more structure, it's more complex, has more information. Here there is another question. A question that I asked was, what are the rights of the prisoners? And check how the GPT was showing multi-layer gave us information that was rich. Why? Because the rights of the prisoners are all there in the fundamental rights. The similarity, it's better than the previous one. The multi-layer approach, I wrote, this is a new book that is going to be published in July, August, and that article is going to be here. So if you are interested in reading this article, please ask me, and I can, and if you have any questions or if you want to make a critic, it would be fantastic. In this approach, we work in multi-layer, and the index and the filter semantic units retrieve as part of upper-level semantic units. those were the two parts that we work. Now I'm going to show you in the second presentation. Let me check the time. Yes, so we're going to talk now about order. So the point of order, it's when the Parliament presents a doubt about the interpretation of the application of the internal regime. For example, can be show a decision that it's made in the moment or in the different session. We're going to give you an example here. There are two parts where we ask, the question was, is it possible to use the word in a meeting, in a previous meeting, before the voting? So you have the chance of retrieval and answer. Here there are different controls, as you can see, that can be adjusted. This is a application for the victors staff that are providing an assistance. So then they come back to a series of different articles, questions related to order that are very similar to the question. These are the numbers of the chunks of each of the segments, and here it's going to provide us 5,000 tokens. So what can I see here as a sequence? The user is in the part of choosing between remove an article, for example, taken because it doesn't look proper, or it wants to add something. And in that part, there are three options. I can have a detailed exploration of this response, or I want to generate an analysis, a list of hypotheses, or a conclusion, or generate a comparative analysis. And I can choose that and copy the current prompt to the clipboard and create another LLM. If I choose, for example, an OpenAI or a different system or another LLM or Gemini, so here you're going to have hypotheses that are against or that are in favor as a result, and which is how I use it. This is the analysis, and finally we're going to get a summary, a conclusion. Here's another example. The subject here is re-election for President of Senate. This is not a question, it's a topic for studying. Which are the precedents for becoming again re-election of the President of the Senate? I just got 7 items. I didn't like it, so I came here. I use here in the control. I change in 2,000 tokens, and now I have 21 items. See, the user is in control of the tool, of the RAG tool. It's telling me, yes, I'm going to use this, I'm going to add this, I'm going to take this. What this is, it means that there is a jurisprudence about the topic that is not in our system, but includes something else. In that way, provides a more detailed exploration, not analysis. We are talking about a subject, a topic, not a question. With that, we're going to use all the information that we had previously, include different conclusions and commentaries. Here's a 3-dimensional representation of the embeddings. The blue ones are points of order, the green is standing rules, the orange one is user query. In the red is the question, sorry. It's very close. We're going to see a very quick video, check the cost of the use. This is the cost of the token, the average. Here, if I put in the clipboard another LLM, there won't be any type of cost, just the embedded of the question that is very cheap. Here's the video. Here are the questions of the users in this multidimensional space. Here you can see the darker colors that indicates what we recover. Here there is a blue, there is darker, that's the math magic. Here I ask the same question, I put it in Portuguese, in Spanish, and in English. Check this. I did the embed in the question in 3 different languages. The set are very similar. They are not in the same order because each language has their own rules, but there is a comparison in this among these elements, and I think that that's very interesting. In order to ask a question in a different language, and you can see the embed in the language that was requested.
So what I want to communicate is that RAG is not a black box. We can have a user, expert in control and in charge of evaluation. Obtaining responses, the complement, and obtaining an output. That is my main message here with this example. And here, we have a demonstration, a presentation on how this tool can effectively work. Here we have an example of the topic. I'm going to use here the English interface and the topic being placed in Portuguese. So here we obtain chunks. The topic is the calculation of the party proportion, and so I would like to ask for more chunks. I remade the question, and now we have more elements, more than 7. So now we have 22 elements. Here we can vote and remove some of the elements. The user has the control, and I can add more information. And finally, I can generate a response now by using GPT-4o for the topic and the context, obtaining a response. Let's see the response of the result, the precedents, the Constitution, the internal regulation of the Senate, the points of order of this calculation of proportions for parties, and here is the conclusion. Nothing avoids the adding up of new commands, such as standards, the duration of studies, or other commands that can be added. As a summary, 2 messages that I have for you. The multi-layered approach can help us improve the quality and the precision of the responses, reducing hallucinations. This not only works for legislative and judiciary documents, also for news pieces, academic documents. Files can also be part of embedded chunks, allowing us to have a more granular semantic representation. And in the previous presentation, my next presentation, I am going to defend that the human expert needs to be involved in this generation of RAG, not being a black box. It has to be a white box, having control with more results with this approach. Thank you very much.
If you have any questions, who has the microphone? Do you need a microphone? Yes? Okay, can you please stand up? Thank you.
Dear Joao, it's a pleasure once again, also for the team of Brazil. They are our reference. Do you remember the movie Castaway? Now I found Wilson, because now I'm no longer alone in the world. I have someone to share the same views that I have. You have summarized 50% of something that I didn't want it to do, to explain all of this that you just said. Something that is very technical. We are not going to talk about the fact that then we have to program this in Python and do a lot of other things, but unfortunately, not many people know the work that you're doing. What we're doing is RAG, LLM, layers. We reach the same conclusion without even speaking with each other. And I think we are only a few of us, there's only a few of us that understand the problem. I am also an attorney, and here the attorney part comes up. I want to express something that I really enjoyed. When testing, we obtain regulations from the Constitution, from the laws. Those of us that are attorneys, we understand the pyramid. There's a regulation above another regulation and above others. Therefore, we have a judicial array that the Latin law is different from the Anglo-Saxon law. It has a hierarchy. A norm, a regulation has a hierarchy. Therefore, our first intention when creating layers, very similar to what you did, first we have an article divided in parts, divided in paragraphs, etc. We obtain a lot of information, a lot of layers, and we could reach each one of those layers. But the second problem is when we make a question about the property regime, the first result I obtained was from the Constitution, and then it mixed some other issues that we thought, this is hallucinating. Therefore, we need to establish a different rule, not just the layer, but we need to identify the correct layer, because in some points of view, for example, Chile, there are some matters that do not appear in the law, are in the regulation, but the law cannot compete or cannot appear in the regulation. There are matters that appear in the law. I'm being very brief with what I'm explaining, but it cannot be in the same matter. We spent 6 months with trial and error, breaking our heads, because when we used a guinea pig using an attorney that had no idea what they were doing, they said, no, this is not the right answer, you have to go to the Constitution. So we had to create a dual layered hierarchy. The layers that you are placing there had at the same time to include vectors and include a calling stating this is first, this is second, this is third, adding the information to the vector. And from the Latin law, there's a third element that also needs to be considered that we realized in the practice, which has to do with a date. Why is that? Because your layer can be the original layer and not necessarily is the one that's current. And what we need in Parliament is to have the current law, not the historical law. I'm not going to refer to the different standard order or regulations, because we have this about the same. And I think this is something that needs to exist for precedent. The regulation states that precedent is not valid, but just imagine that if you're going to start arguing on precedents. This applies to everything, for law, administration, for numbers, when you're comparing a budget with another one. And of course, I believe both parliaments, I believe the Senate from Brazil, the Chamber of Brazil and the Chamber of Chile are focused in the same things. It is the same, it is the one that provides the same results. Sorry for this long preamble. If these two elements or two others are considered in the regulation, which one is the current one? Which one is the past? What is the order? Second, that if we have matters that can only be used in the Parliament, can only be done by law or by a constitutionary amendment, you have a mark. But we have a second mark. We are going to show it tomorrow, is how our constitutional our constitution can have a quorum for change. And when you create a bill, you also need to have a layer, an entry can have a different vote in the plenary room in comparison to the majority. That is the question I have. Yes, the legislative information and judicial information present several challenges, and all of these layers, constitutional level, legal and regulatory level, is something that we have been working on in Brazil. The norm versus time. Acts and laws are regulated. As we said, has to be considered the time spent. Tempus regit actum. The time spent in the Senate determines what is going to happen. From the civil code, we get the contract, but we consider the date of May 2015. Therefore, it considers that version. As Orlando said, our work is 20 years working in this line, and this is something that is not cheap. However, it is a work that is needed, and that is something that needs to be done, because it's very fruitful to do so, in order to contribute with the parliament, with society, and with the judicial power. These are immense challenges where the RAG has to evolve considering the different levels of the norm as well as metadata and the norms over time in order to have the current text is not just part of our domain. Thank you once again for inviting us to share our experience.
We are on time. It's 6 p.m. So thank you very much to João Lima, Victor Marcel Pinheiro, consultant and attorney, Orlando Cavaljandi, who is also a consultant. Thank you very much to everyone here, to the speakers and the participants of this first day of this seminar. Today we had different reflections. We are going to continue keeping talking about this. Have a nice evening in Valparaíso and Viña del Mar. Please remember that tonight is going to start the rain. Tomorrow, please wake up a little bit earlier. Please leave your ear devices and see you tomorrow.